Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to with yesterday the Banks Homes Riverside here in Chester Street, Durham. The sun is poking out. It's glorious. Well, not glorious actually. It's completely nice. Grey, but there is a little bit of blue. So I'm standing alongside Rob Rush all there. And the good news is I get to sit next to Rob Rush for a little bit longer because I feel a bit early last night. It was way too dark to take the second new ball for Durham. In fact, they took one over. It was way too dark to continue with it. Anyway, long and short of it is we have extended session times today. Lunch is at 1:10, tea is at 4, closes at 6:30, and in theory we have 104 overs to play. Yorkshire will continue on 295 for 8. They were stuck in yesterday by Alex Lees at around half 10. Don Best is unbeaten on 57. We've had 81 overs. Durham have just taken the second new ball, and it was successful as well. Ben Rain picked a couple of wickets in the first over with that second new ball, but just as Matthew Potts was about to bowl, the umpires came together and said, look, we can't really carry on like this. It's way too dark, but it's fine now. It's 10:58. Rob Rush is next to me. Hasn't got his stack of biscuits yet. Don Best is on strike. Matthew Potts has ball in hand. You all right, Rushy?
Yes, mate. All good. How are you?
Yeah, can't complain, actually. Can't complain. No one listens. 2 slips away. Matthew Potts wicketless so far. Rain's got 3. Brendan Doggett's got 4. Deep square leg, long leg, deep point. Outside edge start of the day.
Is indeed. If you were with us yesterday, you would have hopefully picked up on that Paul Coughlin have a run, and we saw that last week.
Flicked into the leg side, yes, because he got injured in the game. The problem potentially, the headache it's going to cause Alex Lees. Second innings, he might be a seamer light. Now, Will Rhodes is the 5th seamer, so assuming Coughlin can't continue, and we don't know, but you'd imagine they'd exercise caution. Rhodes bumped up to the 4th seamer, but they haven't got a frontline spinner.
Because there's a lot more work for Will Rhodes and Conor Ackerman, who make up the slip cordon so far this morning. Meaning it goes back on the fence rather than in third slip.
Or beauty from Potts. Bess on the back of 100 last week in that mammoth 504 win for Yorkshire against Worcestershire. He's looked pretty good. A genuine all-rounder. What did he do? He batted 4, didn't he, as a night watcher last week.
He's not a bad person to stick it as your night watch.
He's a good batter, Don Best. Playing a miss. Matthew Potts is also a good bowler, so it should be a good contest. Saturday. Club cricket starts today up here, doesn't it?
North East Premier League returns.
So Ash Thorpe is missing the first game of the season, is he?
He is indeed.
And what's his role this year? A coach, confidant, mentor, player?
All of the above, maybe bar the last one.
He'll play.
If numbers are short, he'll no doubt don the whites.
Little shuffle there from Don Best. Oh,
there was never a single there.
No, and Best's immediate call was yes. Luckily, Sears at the other end. I want to call him Freddie Sears, but he used to play for West Ham. Ben Sears. Anyway, morning to all of you on the live stream as well. Yorkshire fans, Durham fans, county cricket fans. Great to have you all with us. Numbers north of 1,000 already. Get in touch. I think we established that the Yorkshire Premier League starts today, so we'll keep an eye on the scores. Always an exciting day, first day of club cricket season. As Emilio Gay is sent to deep backward point for the last ball of the first over of the day. Just the 2 runs off it. 82 gone. 103 remaining in the day. That feels like a long day ahead, doesn't it? 297 for 8 Yorkshire, just 3 runs short of their second batting bonus point. Durham 1 wicket short of their 3rd bowling bonus point.
How would you have summed up yesterday, Sam? Would you say it's even?
Yeah, I think Durham were on top when they'd have felt like they had a chance to bowl Yorkshire out for a pretty, if not pretty low, certainly below par total. But actually that partnership between Bess and Wharton just shifted momentum back. But then the second new ball, Ben Rain, those couple of wickets means anything around 300, 320, probably par-ish.
Yeah, no surprise. It is Rain who is Starting off from the Lumley end, his preferred end.
With no rain forecast today, though, I don't think, is there?
Fingers crossed there isn't. Otherwise, that's a rain on the parade. And that is the first wicket of the day. The traditional nip backer from Ben Rain. He has his fourth. Durham have their first of the morning, ninth of the innings. That brings them the maximum bowling bonus points. And Alex Lees and Ben McKinney have very quickly shifted to the mindset of we're getting our pads on shortly.
You know, I was caught having a sip of coffee when they came to commentary box, Campy. Cheers for that, lads. Yes, that's what they wanted, because it would have been frustrating. We were here this time last week, and that Warwickshire that morning that Durham took 45 minutes to find. I think they needed 2 wickets, didn't they? Last two, and it took them about 45 minutes to get the first one. But straight away, 11:04. I don't know why I'm obsessed with timings this morning. I think it's because I've spent the night looking at my phone. Oh, it's only half an hour later. It's still not midnight. Oh, 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock. Yeah. Bless my little one, keeping me awake. So yes, I'm obsessed with times. What was I saying? Yeah, Durham. They've got their ninth wicket early. Hurrah! Not so hurrah if you're a Yorkshire fan.
No, they would have wanted the tail to wag a little bit. I mean, 300 should still be attainable unless Ben Rain's able to dismiss Jack White very quickly. 123 first-class wickets for Jack White. Best figures of 6 for 38.
Yeah, late bloomer into the first-class game.
Very much so. Good addition from Yorkshire. Very good addition. Spent most of his career down at Northamptonshire. Don Best just having a little word.
I wonder if we'll see a change in approach from Don Best now.
I think it'd be silly if there wasn't. So as Yorkshire need all the runs they can get. Can't be relying on your number 11 to provide most of them, as Ben Rain eyes up Jack White. It's had 2 straight, it's able to flick around the corner. Promising sign for Durham fans is that we have Luke Robinson on the field as 12th man. Got injured in pre-season, I think popped his groin during a gym session. Been working his way back, stepping up his bowling. It's good to see him good to see him back out on the field in whites as 12th man. He'll be looking to step up his recovery, and who knows, he may be required sooner rather than later from a Durham perspective.
Yeah, a few niggles in that seamed bowling department, isn't there?
Just a touch. Don Best brings out the scoop again. It's going to be 1 bounce 4, doing his best Joss Butler impression over the last few days. That brings him into the 60s. Yorkshire past 300. They pick up their second batting bonus point. It's just something to think about for Ben Rain and Alex Lees. We saw that straight away to Colin Ackerman yesterday from Don Best. Obviously not worried about the spin. Just wanting to manipulate the field and put the pressure back on Durham.
Well, that previous ball, Jack White was quite keen on coming back for the second, and Don Best was just walking it, saying, no. We're going to be dealing with this from here on in.
Colin Ackerman now is removed from the slip corner and placed exactly where that shot ended up. We're going to end up being a bunch of one-day fields with a brand new red ball, aren't we? Down the track, but not a clean connection. Last ball of Ben Rain's first over. Bail trimmer to remove Ben Sears on debut. Alex Lees has dropped himself back to long on. I'm not sure if I agree with that, because it's inviting Don Best to take the single and stay on strike. I'd be having the field up.
Yeah, interesting.
Allow Don Best to hit over, but give yourself the best chance of having Jack White on strike. LBW shout, but going down leg. It's going to go as a leg by, and Don Best will retain the strike. 303 for 9.
Yeah, interesting approach that. Maybe Matthew Potts prefers bowling at the right-hander. Maybe he is buoyed by the way he beat the bat in the previous over. But yeah, normally it would be the other way around. When you've got a tail-ender, a number 11 in like Jack White, you'd give Don Best a single until the last couple of balls, and then you try and keep him on strike. So Well, who am I? Who are you to question Alex Lees? More importantly, Rob Rush.
This is why we are commentators and we are sat up here in the commentary box, and that is why Alex Lees is a England cap Test cricketer, captain of Durham Cricket Club out there on the field.
And you know, it's a pretty much a brand new ball. Don Best probably doesn't bat against a brand new ball that often. Yes, he's got 62, but he's having to start again this morning. 58 not out overnight. They are happy to give him one. So there's a couple of slips in. But you've got long on, long off. Lees and Potts just in conversation here. Happy to give Best one. You also just want to take this wicket. You don't want to still be out here at 12 o'clock trying to take the last wicket if you're Durham. Don Best down on one knee, looking to flick that one over the keeper's head. I think he might try that shot a couple of times. Be interesting to see what Matthew Potts does. Does he go for the fuller, straighter one as Colin Ackerman is sent from second slip to go and protect that boundary? But this just feels a bit weird because they gave him one at the end of the previous over and now suddenly have 7 fielders out on the boundary. Cut down to third. Best turns down the single. Only 2 balls into the over, so he's probably not going to want Jack White to have more than a couple of balls. Going together for a word. Best probably just needs to make it clear what the plan is here.
You'd imagine it's some variation of 4 and 2 or 5 and 1.
Now slip comes out and Ben McKinney drops back onto the boundary. So bar a fielder at mid. No, Will Rhodes is going to have drop out to deep mid wicket. So I do find this a little bit odd because everyone's back on the boundary, bar keeper and bowler. And Don Best is going to turn down the single. And it's not this field in of itself. Like, I understand this. It's just what you were saying, Rob Rush, the previous ball, the last over, to give Don Best the single.
Now the field, well, Brendan Doggett's going to...
I just think it's to get the ball back.
Yeah.
Sprinting off the boundary, Brendan Doggett had to come in from long on. This deep square leg, Graham Clark threw it to him. So we've got 2 sub-fielders out there. No, Graham Clark's... Sorry, I'm thinking of the last game. Ignore me.
No, it is just Luke Robinson.
Again.
Now surely you have to bring the field up.
Best turns down the single.
Surely the field has to come up for this one. Because Don Best will trust Jack White to face one.
I think he's got to, right? Looks like long on, long off are coming in.
I mean, we saw this at points last week. Alex Lees employing Matthew Potts with the short ball. Yes, it's a role Matthew Potts can do, but it's not the best use of him. Field does indeed come up, but this is a ball that is only three overs and 4 balls old. What's to say Don Best goes for a booming drive, gets the edge, but because there's no slip cord and it runs away for 4, you could have wrapped the innings up. Anyhow, we are just commentators.
A lone voice.
Very easily going down leg there.
The appellant Matthew Potts, it did look like it was going there, down leg.
Because we got a great vantage point. This being pitch 17, I believe, we're right behind the bowler's arm. So much so we got told off having the window open yesterday.
Yeah, we did. Conversation between Best and Jack White probably involves Don Best saying to Jack White, "Be on your toes, pal. I'm going to try and take one here."
Well, one's been given.
Well, yeah.
In some respects.
Short ball. Good short ball. Best has a
There
wild swing. End of the over. Durham have what they want. Matthew Potts has a slightly strange maiden with Don Best turning down 3 or 4 singles. 19 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 67 for him. And crucially, Durham have Jack White to bowl at.
This is where they'll revert back to traditional field for a tail ender. Good execution there from Potts. Final ball of the over. Going back of a length, done best. Well, not back of a length, it was a bouncer. And done best unable to get anything on it. So back to those 2 slips. Brendan Doggett is brought up from the fence where he was at third. Shape from Rain. Inside edge that settles at Jack White's feet. Decent breeze this morning. Ben Rain is... that sort of ball is good enough to get a top order batter out.
Just a little waft, wasn't it, from Jack White? Not really looking the most convincing of batters. It's not his main job.
Squared up, but White does his job.
Have a quick look. I think they've started in a good number of places around the country. There was a lot of rain around yesterday. A fair few games where play was brought to a halt early. Tier 2 of the women's competition has started today, so Yorkshire women are in action at Headingley against Worcestershire. I'll keep you updated with that one.
Best looking for the single, but it's not there.
And would have been a strange time to take it with a ball left. A couple of delayed starts down at the Utilita Bowl. Somerset v Hampshire. Somerset will resume on 94 for 6 at half 11. Warwickshire will resume at 34 for 2 down at Edgbaston. Only 9.2 overs possible in Birmingham yesterday.
Jack White sees out a maiden, 303 for 9.
They're playing down at Hove. Sussex 2 3 6 for 2. Not going to have it all their own way, sorry, this year, I don't think, as we saw at Chelmsford last week. Alright, they've got a bowling attack of Dan Worrell, Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson and Matthew Fisher, with Dan Lawrence bowling a bit of spin. But Tom Haynes is unbeaten on 97. Tom Allsop 40 not out. Still got Coles, Simpson, Hudson Prentice to come. It's a good side, that Sussex side, actually. Good to see them back in the top tier. Matthew Potts, can he claim the final wicket? Everyone's out on the boundary bar him and the wicketkeeper to Don Bess. Emilio Gay at deep backward point, saving the single. The other game in Div 1, they're playing down at Chelmsford. Worcestershire 107 for 4. Having bowled Essex out for 179. They were in a bit of trouble. They're still in a bit of trouble, Worcestershire, but they were 22 for 4. D'Oliveira and Hose, though, putting on a bit of a partnership.
I think Hose went on the offensive.
Good player, Hose. Driven. And again, Emilio Gay at deep backward point, diving away to his left and saving the single. In a bit of a lull right now, Rob Rush. You can tell Durham want to bowl at Jack White. Still, you've got a second new ball. Try and get Don Bess out here. I don't know
Especially
what Ryan
when
Campbell will be thinking, because he likes to attack, right? Aggressive cricket. This is defensive cricket.
Especially when this new ball is not even 10 overs old yet. And you are without a seamer for the time being.
It's not even 6 overs old, and it's just allowing Don Bess to hit it around the ground. All right,
Just allowing him to get his eye back in as much as anything.
Driven. Again, no run. He's playing some nice shots here, Don Bess. He's feeling bat on ball.
Field's coming up.
4 balls into the over, and the field closes in. Conversation between Lees and Potts. What do you reckon they're saying? Surely you must know, Rob Rush.
I've got nothing for you.
Short ball. A waft, a top edge, and 4 runs. Probably, I don't know if that would have gone to slip. It might have gone over them. It wasn't that high. Don Bess picked up 4, though. Yorkshire move on to 307 for 9. We missed the fact they picked up their second batting bonus point.
Don't think we did, mate.
Did you say it, did you?
I think I called it.
Sorry, Rob.
It's all good, mate.
I forget what's going on these days. Feels like so long ago. I missed the fact that 2,500 of you on the stream now. Pulled. In the air. Fielder waits. Fielder takes the catch. Graham Clark, safe as you like out there. Yorkshire's innings has come to a close. Matthew Potts finally has his wicket. The short ball works. 307 all out. Don Bess has fallen for 66. He batted nicely. He's been out there 20 odd minutes this morning, and that is all it took for Durham to take the final 2 wickets with this second new ball. So skipper Alex Lees and Ben McKinney will jog off quickly because they'll be opening the batting in about 10 minutes. Half centuries for Wharton, who made 69, for George Hill, who made 64, and for Don Bess, who made 66. Plenty of starts in that Yorkshire innings. No one went on to make a big total. Bairstow made 22, Adam Lyve made 28, Finley Bean 15, Milan 18, but no one kicked on. 4 wickets each for Rain and Doggett, and a wicket each for Potts and Rhodes. About par, Rob Rush?
I'd say slightly under par from Yorkshire, considering, as you say, batters got starts, didn't go on to make those big scores. You know, James Wharton seemed set for a century if he could have stayed in. Don Bess batted well for his 66, did well marshalling the tail around at the end. George Hill looked good for his runs as well. So I'd say slightly under par from a Yorkshire point of view, but they'll be happy considering where they were yesterday afternoon, losing those 4 wickets in the afternoon session, that they'll actually get up to above 300. Slightly odd way for Durham to pick up the 2 wickets this morning. Well, the second of the final wickets this morning. Ben Rain was your traditional nip backer, dismissing Ben Sears, but slightly weird tactics to get the wicket, but they have got the wicket. Yorkshire all out for 307. I think we deserve a quick 10-minute break before this inning starts.
I think we do, Rob Rush.
We'll be back with you when Alex Lees and Ben McKinney kick off the Durham response.
Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Banks Home Riverside. After a quick break, we have the second innings of the game between Durham and Yorkshire. Coming up, Yorkshire dismissed for 307 not so long ago. About 7 or 8 minutes ago. In fact, I don't know why I'm obsessed with time. Sam Downing alongside Rob Rush, who has got half a stack of custard creams next to him. We can see in the far left-hand corner of your screens there, Yorkshire fielding side, just in a little huddle. Johnny Bairstow, the skipper, having a quiet word with his team before they make their way out into the middle. Speaking of making their way into the middle, Alex Lees and Ben McKinney, the Durham openers, are about to step over. Lees just waiting, and McKinney, just waiting for Lees there. Little tap of gloves before they wander out. We saw Lees make a big 100 here last week, a career best 153. Alex Lees, the skipper, well, not in the first innings, a few more runs in the second. He could do with a score. He'd love a score. 50 in the first game down at Trent Bridge. Rob Rush, what are we thinking? What are we feeling?
Seems like this game might take a very similar path to Warwickshire last week. In terms of pitch, feels like wickets are going to fall in groups. Kind of the old saying, what one brings two. But if you can get yourself in as a batter, there's runs to be had. And again, we saw that from Yorkshire, that loads of batters made starts but didn't quite kick on. So be interesting to see what unfolds here. It's going to be Jack White to kick things off for Yorkshire from the Lumley end. He's got 4 slips in the cordon: George Hill, Adam Ryde, Finley Bean and Dom Bess. In a packed cordon. Point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket and long leg. Jack White around the wicket. Immediately gets the inside edge. Cries a catch, but fades. Jamie Wharton. Alex Lees gets the Durham innings underway.
I love a bit of Jack White. I love his story. He didn't come into the professional game till he was about 27, I think. He was off skiing, loves his skiing, fishing in New Zealand. Still played his cricket, played a bit of club cricket in Cheshire. I think he turned down one stint of grade cricket in Australia, and the same club came back the following year, so he did go out there. And they had Ben Duckett and then Jack White, and even Jack White was a bit like, why are they asking me? They've got a test cricketer before.
McKinney blocks.
Got a game for the Northants Twos the following summer and has gone from there, really. 51st Division wickets a couple of years ago, the year Northants got relegated in 2023. Just proof that it doesn't always come early. You should never give up. Different routes into the game.
Well watched. Sam Connors down below us and Luke Robinson going out to the nets, as we mentioned, both stepping up their recovery. Sam Connors seems a little bit further along than Luke Robinson. Speaking to Sam Clark yesterday, that Connors is progressing nicely, just needs to ramp up the bowling aspect. Still looking like 2 or 3 weeks away before he's in contention for selection, but promising signs, promising news. Edged and it drops short.
Ouch.
Of the corner. I think it stung Adam Live's right hand. shaking it off. I love. Don't know if you would have noticed it last year when you were up here, Sam. But have you ever caught a glimpse of Scott Borthwick's Durham cap?
Yes, I have. It is not as clean and fresh as it once was. It's worn, I think, vintage. Almost.
Yes, and we got a very similar situation with Adam Lythe.
Playing a long time. What did we say? 2007, 2008. He's been playing since. I like that.
Good from White. Durham 3 without loss. Yeah, you can see, especially in comparison to the slip cord, and Johnny Bairstow, obviously a lot of time away with England, so his cap is relatively well kept. George Hill as well, who looks like he's going to open the bowling. From this end, Finn Bean and Dom Bess all have got that blue on the Yorkshire cap, really sticks out, and then you've got Adam Lythe with, as you say, a vintage Yorkshire cap. That's got some stories.
Oh, yeah.
That's got plenty of stories.
Probably not that fresh either. I wouldn't fancy keeping it in my car for too long.
I wouldn't either.
Good start from George Hill. Tall figure, Hill. Lee's on strike. He's got just one. .24 now. Plenty of experience, Hill. Genuine iron all-rounder. Lees takes the single. Wharton does the fielding. 82 first-class wickets at 24 coming into this game. 5 wickets in the match last week against Worcestershire, as well as 63. 3 wickets down at Hampshire. Made his debut in what was the Bob Willis Trophy back in that COVID season. That's a good line. Good leave as well from Ben McKinney. No rush here. Loads of cricket left in the day. Still effectively a whole day's cricket now. 95.3 overs remaining. If the light holds, I mean, so there's no rain forecast. And it's much lighter than it was this time yesterday. I mean, the floodlights were getting turned on
from midday.
From about midday yesterday, and it's much brighter. Oh, that's a beauty. That lateral movement. Ben McKinney did very well, actually, to play down the inside of it. I think it was deliberate from McKinney. I think that was a leave from him.
Gonna have to watch the nip backer here from here. We sent last 2 across. McKinney, this is what you're able to do as a right arm bowler to a left-handed batter coming over the wicket.
Good start from Hill. I think he got his cap last year. Did you see? Wasn't there? Didn't Johnny Bairstow present it to him? I think his parents might have been there. I think it was during a rain delay. Solid from McKinney. Proud moment. I'm pretty sure Johnny Bairstow gave a little speech. That must have been a lovely moment for him to receive his cap from such a well-decorated international and a Yorkshireman as well. Durham 4 without loss. 2 overs gone. Here. Playing at Edgbaston now, playing down at Southampton. Playing at Sussex, where Tom Haynes has reached 100 against Surrey, back-to-back hundreds. Got one against Somerset last week, Tom Haynes, left-handed opener. Now has one against the champions, the triple champions.
Cover drive from Lees. Race is on and the ball will win. Durham's first boundary of the innings. Just lent into that one. Saw very first ball of the innings. He's looking to score.
He's a positive player, isn't he, Alex Lees? Scores at a good rate, particularly these last couple of years.
I think that's something that, I mean, you'd have to speak to him about it, but I wonder if he had his time in an England shirt differently, whether he'd play like he has done these last few years rather than what he did when he was in the England setup.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, it was a slightly different setup he was involved in, wasn't it? So
he was the end of the Joe Root era, start of the Stokes-McCullum partnership.
Quite. So it's whether that would have been acceptable and an acceptable approach at that time. It might have actually been counterproductive. Who knows?
Turned away, and it'll be a single. Yeah, the last 3 years from him, well, the last 2 full years, 2023 and 2024, have been very productive for him. Remember him getting 195 here against Gloucestershire in that 2023 campaign. I think it was with a Kookaburra ball, but
I love how you say Kookaburra.
just manipulated the field everywhere.
Yeah, 1,347 runs at 70 in 23.
Good line from White. Ben McKinney just examining where he ended up.
924 runs at 46 last year. 10 first-class 100 since the 2023 summer. Fine cricketer, Alex Lees.
Isn't he the youngest player to captain Yorkshire, I think? I want to say.
Could well be right, Rob Rush. I mean, his career's really kicked on, right, since he came up here. Averages 45 with 1,700s. 5,500 runs, 126 innings, whereas at Yorkshire, 140 innings, still decent, 4,500 runs, average of 35, 1,100s.
Yeah, had a bit of a falling out with the regime at the time at Yorkshire. So came on loan here to kind of kickstart his career and find himself again, and turned out to be just what he needed. Made the move permanent at the end of that stint. Signed a new 3-year deal over the winter with the added bonus of club captain.
Hit it around the wicket to Alex Lees. He was a bit frustrated he didn't get that one away. There was a little bit of width, and he likes that shot. Alex Lees. New regime at Yorkshire as well. Anthony McGrath coming home. Or Anthony McGrath, as the Lord's announcer used to like to call him. Very well spoken, Lord's announcer. Quick single. Good running from Alex Lees. Didn't time his shot Didn't go where he didn't anticipated, but he was still on the ball enough to take a run. Mick Lewis is the bowling coach there, worked with McGrath at Essex. Very successful time he had down at Essex, McGrath. Beauty. Beauty from Hills, coming really wide of the crease to the left-hander. McKinney playing down the inside of it.
Yeah, just finishing up on Leeds from the last over. Youngest Yorkshire captain for the one-day formats.
Right.
Just 22 years old. Led them to finals day. And made his first class debut at 17. A long, prolific career for the Durham skipper.
Oh, again. Really testing him here. George Hill. Johnny Bairstow and the trio of slips behind the stumps there. All enjoyed that one. Bit of encouragement for Hill early doors. That one shaped back in. It started too wide. And McKinney very wisely left that one alone. And keep an eye on all the scores elsewhere.
Shall we round up at the end of this over?
Why not a Rob Rush roundup? Have we got a jingle for it yet?
No, that's still a work in progress.
Okay. I'd have thought a man of your calibre would have sorted that overnight, to be honest, Rob Rush. End of the over. 4 gone in this Durham reply. They have reached 10 runs. They haven't yet lost a wicket. And they trail by 297.
Sussex, 257 for 2, as mentioned. Tom Haynes, back-to-back centuries for him. Looks like it's going to be a quick game down at Essex. Worcestershire, 131 for 5. Still trailing by 48. Somerset have lost an early wicket this morning, 102 for 7, down at Southampton. Warwickshire 44 for 2. They haven't lost a wicket since they resumed. Lancashire back underway, 69 for 3 against Leicestershire. Middlesex 75 for 1, replying to Glamorgan's 199. Gloucestershire looking to try and get maximum batting bonus points. They are 426 for 9 against Kent. And Derbyshire 239 for 6 against Northamptonshire. Big inside edge. It's going to run for 4. Lee's looking for the cover drive. Very fortunate not to see his leg stump ripped out the ground.
What size was that inside edge?
Huge.
Big. Sub-keeper on at Essex as well at Chelmsford. Michael Pepper picked up an injury yesterday.
Who is the sub-keeper? Have you got a name?
Yes, I did have it right in front of me. Simon Fernandez. A regular in the second team. Played a bit of one-day cup cricket for Essex last year.
Thought I recognised the name.
This is with Michael Pepper. And Jordan Cox still can't keep then, is it? His finger injury, he's playing as a batter only.
I believe. Well, must be because Jordan Cox
is playing.
He's playing, and that was a situation this time last year. Because he injured him. I think he originally injured it in pre-season.
Yes.
Or over that winter, the 2023 winter into 2024. So, it must be the case, unless Essex don't want him to keep him, just want him to focus on batting. Which, when you're a player of Jordan Cox's quality, is not exactly a bad thing. But
he'd get inside as a batter.
Oh, easily. Actually, spoke to a couple of people down at Kent, because Kent, as much as we praise Durham as the fast bowling production line, Kent seem to produce wicket keepers at a very good rate. Sam Billings, Ollie Robinson, Jordan Cox, all on the books at one point, and people were actually saying, some people saying as highly as Ollie Rob was rated down at Kent, Jordan Cox was arguably rated even higher. Ooh.
Oh.
How As Jack White not found the outside edge there.
This is beautiful from these two, isn't it? Really testing the Durham batters, these two bowlers.
Ooh. Initial appeal was for LBW, looped up in the air and drops just short of a diving Don Bessett fourth slip. This is good from Yorkshire. It's good start. Currently Harry Finch with the gloves down at Kent. Another fine keeper.
Yes. Was he at Sussex for a bit?
Believe so.
I think they were gutted to lose Ollie Robinson.
The fact they lost him and Jordan Cox in back-to-back off-seasons. That's better from Alex Lees. Slightly over-pitched. Lees on the front foot. Races away along the carpet for 4. 18 without loss.
Yes, they lost two fine cricketers. I think they were definitely gutted to lose Ollie Robinson as a person. Harry Finch, yes, Sussex, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think Ollie Robinson came up on loan for that 2022 Blast campaign. And his contract with Kent was up at the end of that season. And it turned out to be a very fruitful move.
Oh, yeah, it's been a brilliant move. As Hill continues around the wicket to McKinney. He's got 2 from 14. Had to be patient so far early in his innings. Still learning his game. Red ball cricket is brilliant for that. You can make 153 one week and make batting look easy. Then you come up against a really good attack in helpful conditions and you have to start again. You have to work it out all over again. It's a good test for McKinley, this. Here we go, as a shout from Bairstow. He was driven up-ish. Wasn't where he was looking to play it. He was looking more at mid-off there, McKinney. Ends up at mid-on.
Ryan Campbell described his innings last week, the 153, as a coming-of-age innings. Someone who's maturing and figuring out the intricacies of the red ball game.
Classic journalist, you, Rob Rush. I believe you asked him if it was a coming-of-age innings, didn't you?
Maybe.
Prompted it.
Maybe.
Put the words into his mouth and then gets the headline. Classic tabloid journalist, you, Rob Rush. But yeah, he did. I did listen to another fine interview by you. Driven. Goes along the floor, backward of square. Picked up a boundary, Ben McKinney, his first of the innings. Gets that one away past Matthew Revis at backward point. Move into the 20s, 22 without loss. I always enjoy listening to your interviews, Rob Rush.
Thanks, mate.
You ask the right questions. Free slip still waiting. Just the 6 runs Hill's conceded so far. This time at Revis at backward point. They won't mind that. They won't mind McKinney driving. Last ball of over number 6 of this Durham reply. Edged and gone! First wicket of this Yorkshire innings, and it's George Hill who's deserved it with the way he's bowled. Adam Live had one that stung his fingers a little bit earlier on the bounce, but he holds on to that. I think he's still in a little bit of pain. He looks at the ball as if to say, thanks very much, pal. It was a good catch from him. It was well bowled from Hill. He's been testing. The Durham batters have both been tested here by the 2 Yorkshire opening bowlers. And finally they have a reward, 22 for 1.
Yep, very good bowling from Yorkshire. Deserved that wicket. Even though Durham had just started to get some runs flowing, you could easily sense that Yorkshire were bowling in the right areas. And something was potentially afoot. That something is Ben McKinney walking back for just 6.
Yeah, and we said they wouldn't have minded those 2 shots he played previously. Squirted out behind square. They don't mind him driving, and the reason they don't mind him driving is because there's always a chance that he might nick one behind to the slips. He's done that, McKinney. He trudges off. And out wanders Emilio Gay, just getting those broad shoulders and biceps working. A bit of a stretch for him. Left-hander replaces left-hander. 3 lefties at the top of the order. Another chance for Emilio Gay to show just why Durham signed him. Fine young cricketer. Is he 25 now? He was 24, wasn't he, last week? But it was his birthday on Monday. And the way these things tend to work is when you have a birthday, your age goes up 1 year. Even a lack of sleep does not deprive me of that knowledge, Rob Rush.
Speaking of birthdays.
Oh, yeah?
Scott Borthwick.
Is it Scott Borthwick's birthday today?
It is indeed, the Badger.
Happy birthday, 40 years old, Scott Borthwick.
You'll get a message for that.
I tell you what, if Scott Borthwick's listening to you and I on his 40th birthday, I'm sure he's got more fun things to do. No, 35. Happy birthday, Scott Borthwick. What a career he's had. He's still having. Player coach.
Player coach played a bit of 2s last week.
Yeah, bullied the students, didn't he?
Yeah, just something like an unbeaten double 100.
Showed them who's boss. Some fine numbers if you look at his career.
Not timed from Lees, but they'll pick up 2. Again, very common ploy, leaving the covers open. You want that drive because behind the batter is a anxious slipcord and waiting for the opportunity to take a catch.
I reckon they're anxious.
Anxious in a good way.
Okay. Like motivational anxiety.
Yeah. They're eager.
Eager.
Again, not timed from the Durham captain.
Oh, the boss has snuck in. Rob Rush went quiet when the boss came.
Oh, beauty. Angled in and a nip away at the last minute.
Still got his jumper on, Jack White. Headband on. Similar path actually to Jack Brooks, who was late into the game. A couple of seasons at Northamptonshire, then made the move to Yorkshire.
He was a good player.
If he can replicate the success that Jack Brooks had, Jack White, then Yorkshire will be very happy. Was he a double county championship winner? I think they won it 2 in a row.
Very clear shout from Lees. I wonder if Johnny Bairstow's just whispering a few things as they change between overs.
Think he's whispering?
Well, maybe not. Just wonder if Bairstow's playing any mind games. Captain to captain. Conviction in the call. Lees retains the strike. 25 for 1.
12 o'clock. An hour of cricket so far today. An hour and 10 minutes till lunch. Slightly extended session times yesterday because we lost 15 or so overs due to the bad light. Won't make up all 15 of those today. I presume today and tomorrow they will be extended to 104 overs if possible. So 1:10 lunch, back at 1:50, 4 o'clock tea, 6:30 finish. Hill around the wicket, searching for his second. It's been brilliant, Hill. 3 overs, no maidens, but just a 6 runs conceded. Shot from Alex Lees. Just sat up. Had to be careful because there were 3 slips there, so had to make sure to guide it wide of them in that gap between third slip and backward point. He did so really nicely. 4 runs to Lees. He moves into the 20s, going along at a decent lick.
To me, that felt like the shot of someone who was gained more confidence at the crease over the last 2-3 overs, even though he has lost his opening partner.
Yeah, that was solid. Who's this? Just had a net.
Ben Rain.
Working on his batting. I don't know if it's just because they have to walk in front of us to go to the nets, but they're really busy, the Durham side, aren't they? They're always in the nets, very keen, the bowlers, when their side of batting to get over there and put some extra work in. I don't know if all sides do that, but it's just they often go indoors. Solid from Alex Lees. Looks to be a bit more comfortable against George Hill than his opening partner. Oh, that's a beauty though from Hill. Good comeback. Just a little nibble from Alex Lees. Goes past the outside edge. Ben Sears just warming up. Excited to see him bowl. He's genuinely quick, isn't he?
One time capped Kiwi.
End of the over. 8 gone. Durham 29 for 1. Lees has 23. Then Emilio Gay is yet to get off the mark. Yorkshire pretty pleased with this so far?
I'd say so.
They'll be a bit worried about Alex Lees getting going. They've certainly done enough with the ball.
They have done, but they've got Amelia Gay in their sights now, who, safe to say, could do some runs. 40 odd in the first innings last week, but 3 ducks outside of that as he enters his 5th innings of the season. But as mentioned yesterday, he's a very confident player. Spend any amount of time talking to him. Very nice guy. confidence is not an issue for him. Never gets too high, never gets too low. Backs his work. Trusts the process, as the Americans would say. As we mentioned yesterday, it's only time before he shows why he was signed. Squared up. There, this is good from Jack White.
Had a bit of Rick Astley in my head when you were talking there. Never gonna get too high. Never gonna get too low. We're gonna score some runs. Expect they'll be reminding him, the Yorkshire fielders, of his run of zeros early doors in the season.
Soft hand means the edge doesn't carry. Yeah, Essex put out a statement this morning. Jordan Cox's wicket keeping is continuing to be managed as he returns from his hand injury.
I see.
So that would be the same hand that he injured down in New Zealand?
Well, yes.
That robbed him of a test debut?
Quite.
He's got to be in with a shout of a test call-up and a test debut this summer, surely.
Well, he was close over the winter, so yes, you'd imagine so.
Gaze off the mark. Lovely shot through mid-wicket. Very strong through there. Jack White just erring too straight and too full. Amelia Gaze off the mark.
Yeah, he just stepped into that, didn't he? Kept his head really still, in complete control of that one. Lovely shot. Nice way to get off the mark. You feel a little bit better about life. How many times have we seen that from Jack White? No wonder he's exasperated, shaking his head.
Another morning, he has 4 already.
Yeah.
Wonder which end Ben Sears is going to charge in from. Spent the last 2 overs warming up. Okay, plays under his eyes. 33 for 1. We have our answer.
The old Finkel. George Hill, 4 overs, 1 for 10 for him, but they're going to give Freddie Sears, I'm going to keep saying that, aren't I? Ben Sears, Freddie Sears. I'm sure he did used to play for West Ham, right? Freddie Sears? You're probably too young for him, Rob Rush.
I am too young.
Yes, he did. We dropped down the leagues, 35 now. Playing for Chatham Town in the Isthmian League. A couple of 100 games for Ipswich. Anyway, let's talk about Ben Sears, who has ball in hand. He's at the Finkel end. Durham 1 down. That 1 test for New Zealand picked up 5 wickets in it.
Looks like he can start over the wicket.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he is. Played the 2nd test between New Zealand and Australia back in March. Good pace. Through to Johnny Bairstow. 3 slips away. His last first-class game was back end of March in the Plunket Shield for Wellington against Northern Districts. Another Wellington boy. They've produced a fair few international cricketers in recent years. What did they do in that game? Not for 47. There's a little bit of a former Durham bowler in him. That other arm coming out. Touch the Harmisons.
I was about to say, I was thinking Harvey.
Just that second, the left arm, the non-bowling arm coming up. He hasn't got the height or the broad shoulders of Harmy.
Got the pace.
A bit more whippy than Harmison. Picked up the wicket of Steve Smith, LBW, on his test debut. So far his only test.
It's not a bad one to have.
No, and then picked up 4 for in the second innings. Labuschagne, Cam Green, Mitch Marsh, Mitchell Stark.
Bit of inward movement there from Sears.
Good carry through to Bairstow. Emilio Gale leaves that one alone. Opening batters, top order batters do tend to like a little bit of pace. Centrally contracted Sears, despite playing just the one test, so they obviously quite like him over in New Zealand.
Yeah, Gay just checking his guard there. Asked for middle and is now going to stand on leg for Sears.
Good line. Okay, leaves that one alone. Through his first over. 10 gone in this Durham reply, 36 for 1.
We've got a good game developing down at Gloucestershire.
Well, do we?
Gloucestershire all out for 472 after being inserted.
Is it at Gloucestershire?
No, it's at Kent. My bad. Cameron Green returned this morning after retiring hurt yesterday with cramp. He added a few runs before being LBW for 112. James Bracey, the not-out batter, 151 for him. And Martin DeLanger.
Smashing it, is he?
51 from 27. Enabling Gloucestershire to get full batting bonus points.
He hits the ball so far, Martin DeLanger.
Double change. Well, George Hill is going to switch ends. Jack White out of the attack. George Hill is going to have a go from the Lumley end. 3 slips. Don Best moves across to first. Shouts for catch, but Lee's avoids all contact with the ball on the way through to Bairstow. Good movement. It's good bowling from Hill. Testing both the outside and inside edge. Lee's able to get a little tickle on the bat.
I wonder why he changed ends. He was bowling beautifully. I wonder if it was his request or if it's because Sears fancied this end and there's the more junior player. He looks a very good bowler, Hill. I don't think I've seen him live.
I haven't either, but I am thoroughly impressed.
Oh, sun's out.
Good over. Maiden, 36-1. I wonder how long Hill will bowl from the Lumley end before we see Jordan Thompson brought into the attack.
It's a decent attack, isn't it? Very good attack. Don Best is their front line spinner. I wonder if Jordan Thompson will ever play for England. I think he's good enough. It's just whether there's too many people ahead of him. Sears has the jumper off, giving it to umpire Shan Mugan. Left-handed Gay on strike. He's got 4. 3 slips wait. Opens the face, but there is a fielder down at third. Just be their 1 run. That deficit down to 270. If you're just joining us, Yorkshire bowled out for 307 this morning. Durham not needing an awful long time to pick up those last couple of wickets. Ben Rain helping himself to his 4th of the innings, and Matthew Potts finishing it off. Don Best, who'd made 66, caught at deep square leg. Which means we had a quick change around now. Yorkshire are out there in the field. George Hill with the 1 wicket to fall so far. First look at Ben Sears in a Yorkshire shirt. Still seen as the pinnacle of red ball cricket, really, the county championship. So many players from New Zealand, from Australia wanting to come over. I think Sam Constas, who opened the batting for Australia for a little bit, young player, probably their next long-term opener. He wanted to come over, hasn't found a deal yet. Fair few Australians over here playing at the moment, ahead of their World Test Championship final. Nice shot from Lees. Hit it firmly. Couldn't get past Adam Wharton, though, at backward point. Although it would be interesting if Adam Wharton was at backward point. Not sure where Crystal Palace are. James Wharton is who I meant. I'm going to struggle today, I think. I want to say Freddie Sears and Adam Wharton too much. James Wharton, Ben Sears. Driven back into the ground. Sears does the fielding. I think that was a genuine outside edge. Lee's looking for 2. He turned and he was sent back by Emilio Gay. I think it was a good call as well. Oh, that is a beauty. From Ben Sears to head the over. A little bit of bounce. Zip through to Johnny Bairstow. Emilio Gay played down the inside of it. Angle cutting across him. Lovely stuff. 38 for 1. Welcome back, Rob Rush.
Just a quick break. Will be Hill to have at least one more from the Lumley end. Still the 3 slips. Good stop. I think Alex Lees is batting just outside of his crease to George Hill. Maybe he's not overly concerned by the pace. Yeah, you can see there, if you look at Lees' back foot, it's just in front of his crease. It's maybe trying to negate any potential movement. Mid-off just moves a tad wider. Fine and 4. It's tad too straight from George Hill. Alex Lees moves himself into the 30s.
Just starting to get going, isn't he, Alex Lees? Yorkshire will be desperate to get him out. They'll know how dangerous he is, how dangerous he can be, how dangerous he's starting to look.
Do you think Alex Lees is dangerous?
So dangerous. Hello, he's got a yearbook. Are they on sale again? They are. Oh, sorry, I've stolen your plug.
Back-to-back boundaries for the Durham captain. Genuine edge. That one, but played with soft hands. Didn't carry to the slip cord and evades all of them down to the boundary at third.
You were just gearing up for a big reveal there, weren't you?
Slightly.
Sorry, mate. Everyone pretend you didn't hear me mention the yearbook. We're live, so we can't really cut it. Sorry, pal. I still want you to do it with the same amount of enthusiasm as you would have done, though.
Oh, don't you worry about that, mate. I've got that covered. Nicely blocked out by Lees. 46 for 1. 13 gone in this Durham innings. Have had, I believe, a second delivery of the 2025 Durham yearbook. Members, you'll need to show your membership card or your membership number at the club shop. And if you wish to buy one, they are £10 each. A lot of hard work goes into the yearbooks every year. Available at the club shop.
That's a beauty from Ben Sears. I like the look of him. He likes to feel the Duke's ball in his hand. Who's Alex Lees chatting to there mid-off? Adam Live. No, he's not. It's Don Bess. They've crossed over in their England days. I expect they probably did. Everyone knows each other on the county circuit these days anyway. Opens the face, but no run to Wharton.
Maybe a Lions camp?
Yeah, they'll all know each other. Ooh, swing and a miss. Probably too wide, really. Emilio Gay ought to be leaving them well alone. But I can see the temptation. It was Fuller, it was there. It was drivable, just a bit too wide. Okay, 5 from 13. Deep square leg goes out. It's Jordan Thompson out there. Or we see a short ball. Is it a double bluff? Or a bluff? It's a not brilliant delivery, that, from Sears. Way too wide. No chance of Emilio Gay reaching that one. Well directed bouncer, ducks underneath it. 1 dot short of a maiden. Ooh. Good. Proper battle between bat and ball here. 12:30 on day 2, Saturday, the 19th of April, 2025. Durham versus Yorkshire in the Rothesay County Championship. It's a maiden from Ben Sears. I was saying when you weren't here, Rob, having to really concentrate to not say Freddie Sears. I just called James Wharton, Adam Wharton.
Ah.
I know. There's probably no one else I can make that mistake with. Oh, look. You're about to read us something.
I'm just doing some research.
Are you? You don't need to do research on Alex Lees. You know him inside out. He's your favourite Durham cricketer, right?
He's in the top 3 if you
the
listened
top-
last week.
It's in the top 3.
Lovely. You know you're in good touch as a left-hander when you can play an on-drive. Lees moves himself to 39.
Durham 50 up.
over the wicket. Now Hill to Lees. Still some movement there. Hill into his 7th over. Had that 1 over break while he switched ends from the Finkel up to the Lumley. $50 for 1.
Should we do a little dance around the grounds?
Why not?
Why bloomin' not? It's not a Rob Rush round that. He's too deep in last year's stats, I think. He's loving his yearbook, is Rob Rush, studying it intensely. Sears. Gay solid in defence. Somerset struggling, 141 for 9. They were struggling overnight, they're still struggling today. James Fuller's got 4 for.
Good cricketer, James Fuller. Yeah. Across all formats as well.
Yeah, very key in their T20 side. Now, what's Johnny Bairstow waving about? Do you want a helmet? Chest guard? Helmet? Yeah. Is it for a short leg? Is it for a bit of Don Bess? Has Don Bess just been told to warm up? I'm speculating. Oh, that is a joy to watch. Not if you're a batter. That is just where he wants it. Warwickshire struggling. 68 for 4. Rained most of the day yesterday. Only 9.2 overs possible. Free for Brett Hutton. Fergus O'Neill into the act as well. Josh Tongue is on as the first change bowler for Nottinghamshire.
It's good to see Josh Tongue back bowling fit.
Yeah. Missed the whole of last year, didn't he? Sussex lost another wicket. 284 for 3.
Is Tom Haynes still there?
Tom Haynes is 122 unbeaten. Good carry. Tom Alsop, 63 he made, but he has fallen to the former Yorkshireman. Well, he's still a Yorkshireman, former Yorkshire player. Matt Fisher. You knew what I meant there, Rob.
I knew what you meant. I was picking up what you were putting down. Tom Alsop's been very good signing for Sussex since leaving Hampshire a couple of years ago.
175 for 7. Worcestershire almost at par, or parity with Essex. 179 all out they made yesterday. Looks like Worcestershire decided they're just going to crack on batting-wise. Good carry again. This is really good from Sears. It's been a very good line. Just gone for the 5 runs from his 3.4 overs so far. Difficult to get away. I want to get away.
It's been a wicket at Kent as well as they get their innings underway.
Oh, okay. What did they get? Gloucestershire all in.
472.
472. Good knock that. Big shout. Not sure I liked it. I think, yes, Emilio Gay was slightly falling over, but I think it was sliding down the leg side. Just hooping back in towards the left-hander. Umpire Shan Mugan stood there, shook his head. Didn't fancy it. Don't think Emilio Gay would have been too worried. There's probably always a little heart flutter when you're a batter and there's an appeal like that.
Especially when you don't have DRS to review it.
Solid from Gate, but really good from Sears. A maiden, his second out of 4. 0 for 5 he's got. Durham 50 for 1. In reply to Yorkshire's 307. Sam Dalling alongside Robert Rush. Or do I have to call you Sky Sports as Robert Rush? Fair play. 6 days in, you're finally fed up of it. You've got no comeback. I'll give you that. You've borne it well.
7 overs for George Hill. He is going to take a well-earned break. Has the solitary wicket. This one is going to be Matthew Revis to replace him from the Lumley end. So no Don Bess as of yet.
No Jordan Thompson as of yet. They've got a good attack.
Because they could share the workload around between their bowlers. Still going with the 3 slips. And Revis is going to start over the wicket to Alex Lees. And Alex Lees welcomes him to the attack with a boundary. That is the shortest boundary on the pitch. Down there towards the old scoreboard. Just sat up nicely on the hips, and as we always say, left-hander's very strong on the hips. Alex Lees does not need to be asked twice to put that one away to the fence.
I wonder why that is. Is it because of the angle?
I'd imagine so.
At them? Just practice.
Good comeback. Pitching outside the line of leg stump, but good comeback for us. He's a very tall bloke, is Matthew Revis.
He is. Been around for a while now. Still pretty young. Debut at 17. I think he's another one of the Sedbra products. Sedbra. Harry Brook being the most famous of those.
No ball. Yeah, looking in Div 2, Lancashire 130 for 4. That game heavily affected by rain yesterday. Middlesex 113 for 1. They're going well. Trailing only by 86 now on first innings to Glamorgan. So we mentioned Gloucestershire 472 all out. Kent 21 for 1. Zach Crawley, just 1 run for him this morning. And Derbyshire 272 for 8. I think they were affected by a bit of rain yesterday as well, weren't they? The afternoon.
We did well to avoid it really up here. I know it was spitting for a lot of the afternoon, but still half an hour to go until lunchtime for those of you just joining us. Slightly longer session times today to make up for a bit of time lost to bad light last night. Avoided the rain, but it was a bit dark when Durham took the second new ball.
Back of a length, pulled, but James Wharton stationed out there after the first ball of the over. Meaning Gage is going to have 1 ball at Matthew Revis. Going to take a guard of leg stump. Soft hands, back and across. Little trigger from Gay. He remains 5 unbeaten from 23. Been a watchful start for him. Survived a few beauties from Ben Sears. Alex Lees going well. 44 off 60 for him. Sparky knock in the opening session. 57 for 1.
Sears into his 5th over. Over the wicket to the left-hander, which is probably more uncommon than it used to be. A lot of right-arm seamers preferring to come around. Sears has pretty much hit a consistent line and length, actually. Slightly back of a length, maybe, getting a bit of extra bounce. So the quickest bowler on display in this game. Making Alex Lee's play. Width. Probably for the first time. Too much width. A little bit fuller, Alex Lees. Puts that one away. Moves on to 48. Bash. Lovely noise coming from...
Yeah, just freed the arms, didn't he? You can't offer a set batter any sort of width. They'll be onto you in a flash.
Flash.
I thought that's where you were going with it.
Didn't quite hit the right note though, did I? It's rare for me to do that. Right, what has Sears got for his comeback? Another fuller one. Another one driven. This time Dom Besto does the fielding, perhaps a little bit with his knee. It was struck firmly enough. Just one. Down to 3rd. Coming up to 1:45. 25 minutes left in the session. So what we've got, 79 left in the day, a minimum of after this one. Expect to see some spin at some point. I would imagine Don Best will be chucking the ball. But we still haven't seen Jordan Thompson with ball in hand. So they have got 5 seamers. They can rotate. Johnny Bairstow, plenty of bowling options. A good side, this Yorkshire team. Good balance to it. Gay opens the face. Runs it fine, but the fielder down at 3rd.
Good running.
Will get there. Very good bit of rain, though, from Emilio Gay. Immediately wanted to. Knew it had gone to the right of Matt Revis. 2 to end the over. 64 for 1.
Yeah, conviction in the call straight away as well. Tapped the bat down, immediately called yes. Good awareness by Alex Lees as well. Damalan goes to a long leg. Got a deep square, mid on, mid off. Still 3 slips. Tom Best goes towards backward point. Fielder in the covers as well. Jordan Thompson in at cover. Reckon Thompson gets a bowl before lunch?
Yeah, I think you've got to be a bit careful with Sears, haven't you? 5 overs is probably about enough.
Maybe one more.
Genuine quick bowl. You want to have that impact. You want it to be fresh.
And that single will take Alex Lees to his 24th first class 50 for Durham. hasn't been maybe as prolific as he wanted to have been over the last couple of games, but a good start to innings here. 9 fours for him. Strike rate of just under 75. Can he kick on? He's done the hard work. He's got himself in. Soft hands from Emilio Gay will bring him a boundary. Squared up a tad there from Matt Revis, but as I say, soft hands, rolling it all on the carpet, wide of third slip.
That was the key. Softness of hands.
Believe that is going to be... No, not yet.
Oh, what have we gone early on? You're thinking 50 partnership?
I was.
Yeah, scoreboard was ahead of you there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh. It's okay, Rob.
Changing the field.
No one noticed.
Finley Bean has just gone a few steps wider. He's wanted the single. To be honest, I think it was there if they wanted it, but Gay had the call and sent his captain back. Oh, that is got to be so frustrating for Yorkshire. That brings up the 50 partnership between Alex Lees and Emilio Gay. Lees has 34 of them. Gay has 15. Mentioned Finley Bean taking just a few steps to his left after the first boundary for Emilio Gay. If Emilio Gay goes, are you going to step to fourth or fifth slip? I'll put it just where you were.
Yeah, it doesn't really get any more frustrating than that for a quick bowler. Genuine outside edge. Flies through the gap. Maybe his luck is in, Emilio Gay.
Tucked off the hip. Gay will have strike for the start of the next over. 50 for Alex Lees, 50 partnership for the second wicket. 74 for 1.
It's the kind of luck you need, isn't it? If you're a batter and you're just slightly out of nick, or if you've got to run a low scores, you just need something like that to go your way. Gets you going. He's looked all right here, Gate. He's still there. That's the crucial thing. 28 balls he's been out there. Not in a rush.
Ryan Campbell said last week, sometimes it is just about surviving the first 20, 30 deliveries as a bat.
Oh, for as long as you're still out there, you can still score runs. If you sounds obvious, it is obvious, but if you sat back in the dressing room, there's little you can do to affect the game.
I mentioned Zach Crawley had got out. It's a very unusual dismissal.
Jordan Thompson into the attack. That was the end of Ben Sears. Fifth seamer being used. Not a bad option. Starts down the leg side to Emilio Gate. Sears bowled 5 of his 2 maidens, 0 for 12. Go on.
So Crawley's edged it. Cameron Green's at first slip. It's gone in and out of the hands. But Green's falling over. It hits his lower part of the leg. Then Green, I think, ingeniously kicks it up. And James Bracey takes the catch. Ball never touched the ground, so Zach Crawley had to walk early on there. Tom Price picking up that wicket.
Ooh, he was trying to leave that ball, Emilio Gate. Just nipped back at him. It was one of those. You see them more frequently than you might imagine. The ball just nips back and runs off the face of the bat. Could have gone anywhere. Went down to third, gets a single. Plenty of encouragement for Jordan Thompson. 2 slips in for him. Bowling at Leeds, exactly 50 he's got. .51. Screams of anguish from Slip and the bowler. Leeds gets the bat down in time. Takes 1. takes one. It's not even a song. I don't know what I was singing there. Just a bit giddy. What have you gone for lunch, Rob Rush?
I think I've gone for the pie option.
Have you? Filling today? What's today's filling?
I think chicken balti.
Oh. Left alone. Lovely. Sam Blacklock has taken over responsibility then. Graham's given up on lunch orders. Part-timer, that Graham, isn't he? Always a good buzz around the Banks Homes Riverside at lunchtime as well. If you go for a lap, shop's always busy. They'll be queuing up for their yearbooks. Just one this time.
Since Yorkshire are just starting to get frustrated.
Yeah, that was the cry of no that fast bowlers often come out with when something's happened they don't like. Usually an outside edge. Good start from Jordan Thompson, just to free off his first over of the game. 20 overs gone in this Durham reply. 307 is what they bowled Yorkshire out for this morning. They're 77 for 1, so the arrears. Do you say it that way? I can say they're 230 in arrears. I don't think you said the arrears is 230. No.
Well, a short spell for Matt Revis.
Wow, just a bit expensive, wasn't he, when you've got so many bowling options?
Yeah, 2 overs, none for 17 for him. It's going to be Dom Bess into the attack from the Lumley end. Quick round-up. Surrey have just taken the second new ball down at Hove, but Sussex still going well, 298 for 3. Worcestershire, 192 for 9, so the lead is only just 13 for them. Somerset's last wicket pair hanging in there down at Southampton, 163 for 9. Warwickshire struggling, 82 for 5 against Notts. Lancs, 138 for 4. Middlesex, 115 for 1. Kent, 43 for 1, replying to 472 set by Gloucestershire. And Derbyshire, 284 for 9 against Northamptonshire. So what have we got? George Hills in at leg slip. Adam Lives at slip. Backward point. Gay immediately flicks. They're going to run the first one hard. In the end, it'll be a comfortable 2. So we've got deep cover point, which I believe is Matt Revis. Jordan Thompson is in the covers. Mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and deep backward square, which I think is Darren Milan. Interesting to see what spin, if any, there is for Dom Bess. Durham choosing to go with Colin Ackerman as the only spin option. Good start from the former Somerset player. Pushed out to the offside. Sam mentioned slightly delayed or slightly longer sessions due to the time we lost last night. So 1:10 is the lunch break. Field remains intact for Alex Lees. just 3 from Donbass's first over, 80 for 1. Few words between Lees and Bairstow.
Emilio Gay on strike. 21 from 37 he's got. Lees 51 from 70. Jordan Thompson into his second over. 3 slips. Having to be watchful, Emilio Gay. Not at his fluent best as of yet, but he's still there. Survival first and foremost. The runs will come. If he's out there, the runs will come. Jordan Thompson doing his best to make sure he's not out there for very long, though. Again, tries to leave that one. Just comes off the face. Good bit of work. That third slip. Finley Bean, I think that is. Just bounced awkwardly in front of him. Maybe took a glancing blow on the knee. Hands back in pockets. It's one of those days. It's not warm. We've had our summer. That was last week.
Too full.
Yeah. Flicked away nicely from Gate. That's a lovely strot. Overpitched, onto his pads, pushed wider mid-on. 4 runs, 25 he's got, 84 for 1, Durham. Ooh, good bit of fielding by Jordan Rhodes. Jordan Thompson. Appeal. Don't know why I called him Jordan. Jordan Rose used to play up front for Blackburn. Oh, well.
You've got football on the brain today, haven't you, Sam?
I have. Athletic, acrobatic from Jordan Thompson. Flicked back onto the stumps. Alex Lees had got back quickly enough, says umpire Shan Mugen. Keeps a bit low. Bit of movement. Tumble from Johnny Bairstow. Takes it cleanly. 1 ball left. At the 22nd over. Clock's just ticked 1 o'clock. 10 minutes left of the session. Get at least a couple more, I'd imagine, with Don Bess operating at the Lumley end. Oh, that's a nice shot from Emilio Gay. It's going to tease the fielder. I think the fielder is going to have to give up, David Milan. Just lent into that, Emilio Gay. Starting to get going. A little bit more fluency from him in that over. Rob Rush is smiling because he doesn't want to put the curse on Emilio Gay. Got to call it as it is, though. 2 lovely shots. He's moved on to 29. Score's moved on to 88 for 1.
Again, just it's that sort of shot where you might get a gut instinct as to how a batter's feeling about themselves. And that shot there, well, the shot earlier in the over was also lovely, but that cover drive there, just everything working in full motion.
Did you enjoy it?
Very much.
Good. I think that's what the aim is for most of these Durham cricketers as well, Rob Rush. They're here for your enjoyment and your enjoyment only.
I think it might be the safe approach towards Don Best before lunch. Durham has certainly got the upper hand through this morning session. Just don't want to give any momentum back to Yorkshire before the break. Just two men out on the fence either side. Good use of the feet from Gay, unable to pierce the ring. Very late decision to cut there.
Very late.
Saw it bounce up invitingly. Nicely played off the back foot. I've got to say, I have liked the approach from Johnny Bairstow this morning. Very attacking fields, encouraging his bowlers to be attacking, knowing that maybe they don't have the runs they would have liked, but still wanting to show that they want to take wickets. They don't want to play defensive from the very start of the innings. Another late cut, but will be no run. Just the two singles from that Don Bess over. 23 gone in this Durham innings. What do you reckon? Two more?
We think we should get two more, unless something spectacular happens in this over. Still 6 minutes to go. I'd imagine Jordan Thompson will get through his over within that time. Gay on strike, 3 slips. Firm, loud call of no, as that one is flicked to Don Bess at mid-wicket. Solid. Very solid. Immediately, I don't know, it just feels like there's been a shift in Emilio Gay. Just looks a little bit more solid, a bit more confident in defence. A couple of shots can change it. Maybe it's the fact there's not quite as much pace as there is when Ben Sears was bowling. It just looks a bit more comfortable. Good carry.
Facing that pace early up, though, for Gay and getting through it allowed him to get the eye in. So while he didn't score maybe as freely as he would have wanted, he was able to get himself adjusted to how the pitch is playing.
Edged, and I don't think it's quite carried to Adam Live. Jordan Thompson stands there, the half teapot. They're just looking at each other. Adam Live, very honest there. His initial reaction was a celebration because of the edge and because he'd taken it cleanly, but he knew that it had bounced just in front of him and immediately said, sorry guys, sorry Jordan, that one's not out. Good to see from Adam Live there. 90 for 1, almost 90 for 2, almost 90 for 2, but not quite 90 for 2, and therefore 90 for 1.
Should be the final over before the lunch break. Last ball of the morning session. It's blocked out by Emilio Gay. He'll be feeling a lot better about himself. He will go to lunch 30, not out from 55. His skipper Alex Lee's raising the bat for his 24th first class 50 in Durham colours. 5 overs required for Durham this morning to pick up the final 2 Yorkshire wickets. Ben Rain, a bail trimmer to remove Ben Sears, and Matthew Potts, the short ball, picking up Dom Best as the last man to fall. 25 overs of the Durham innings so far. Just Ben McKinney falling to George Hill for 6 early on. But all in all, Sam Danning, I'd say that's a Durham session.
Yeah, I think so. I think Yorkshire would have liked at least 2 or 3 wickets before lunch. They got the one, they got Ben McKinney. But Lees has looked pretty good out there, pretty settled. Emilio Gay is finding his rhythm. I think we're set up for a decent contest here. It can all change very quickly. Wickets tend to fall in clusters, but loads of time left in this game. Weather is set fair in the sense I don't think we're anticipating much rain. I think we could be looking at another late day 4 finish, which would be glorious, but I'm getting ahead of myself. First and foremost, I'm going to go and have my egg sandwich.
Sounds good to me. We'll be back with you in just under 40 minutes. Welcome back after the lunch break. Players and umpires returning to the middle. Alex Lees and Amelia Gay, the not out batters for Durham. Amelia Gay getting into double figures for only the second time so far this season, and Alex Lees bringing up his 24th first class 50 for the side he now captains against his old county. George Hill with the only breakthrough so far for the visiting White Rose. Lees is going to take strike. Ben Sears is going to kick things off after lunch. 3 slips await. Lees resuming on 53. Immediately gets the scoring back underway. With a couple.
Right, Bob.
All right.
Yeah,
Enjoy your lunch?
Yeah, I did. Slightly tardy back, wasn't I? What happened, Rob, was that I was making a coffee and I was on my way down. And I realised halfway down I hadn't actually put any coffee granules in it.
That is a problem if you want coffee.
Yeah, I tend to find it's
almost as if it's like the main thing.
Yeah, it's a key part of the process. I'm happy to admit I'm wrong. Can't always get it right. Ben Sears was out there during lunch, going through his bowling, loosening up for his second spell. Been impressed by him. 5.4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 14 so far.
You got a coffee machine at home? You that type of person?
Yes, I am. Got several actually.
Several?
Got a nice bean to cup.
Ooh.
My wife and I like different formats. Formats is like
formats.
Styles. Got bean to cup and an espresso machine. Flick to the leg side. Runs. At least 2. Probably 4. Will be 4. Nice shot from Alex Lees. 59. Yeah. Cheeky little DeLonghi. Went for the yellow machine. Slightly cheaper.
Was it endorsed by Coldplay?
See what you did there. Yeah, actually, every time you grind some beans, actually you get Chris Martin's voice. Good song, that, actually. They're going to plug that gap at mid-wicket. Third slip is, I wouldn't say disappearing, but moving. Finlay Bean. A catching mid-wicket. Pulled. In front of square. 4 more. Lovely stuff from Alex Lees. Comes out after lunch. Probably hasn't had any Weetabix, but that is the Durham 100 up. 10 off the over. Not the start Yorkshire would have wanted to this session, Rob Rush.
No, definitely not. But Alex Lees looks like he's got his eye in.
Yeah,
looks in decent touch.
Batted well this morning, didn't he?
Did indeed. Got himself off to a watchful start, but looking to score, looking to be proactive. Disrupted by losing Ben McKinney early on, but struck up a nice partnership with the man taking guard, Emilio Gay. It's going to be Jack White to start things off from the Lumley end. Good decision, you think?
Yeah, he bowled beautifully first up. Really enjoyed him. Caused Alex Lees a few problems.
Coming round the wicket to Emilio Gay. 2 slips. Waiting George Hill and Adam Lythe. Immediately back on the money.
I think he was initially called Curtly Jack White.
Was he?
Yeah, honestly. Pretty sure I read an interview of him where... if I've made this up, it's a weird thing to make it up. I think his dad really liked the name. Curtly Ambrose, but he's Cumbrian, and his dad was a member of the local cricket club, and I'm pretty sure Curtly played there. So I'm not sure if he was really named after him. His dad just liked the name.
You would be correct, according...
Is it officially his name as well?
Down here is Curtly Jack White.
I suppose he is on the scorecards, isn't he, as C. White? I just thought it was something that his parents called him. There you go. Occasionally the stuff I read is helpful further on in life. You never know when what you read is going to become useful.
Tell you what, that'll be a good pointless answer in a few years.
Do you reckon, what's the question going to be?
I hadn't thought that far ahead, Sam.
Okay.
You got to give me some time here.
So pointless is the Richard Osman game show, isn't it? Where you have to find the answer that's correct, but no one else has given.
Yes, Alexander Armstrong and Richard Osman hosted it for years. I think Richard Osman has been off it for 2 or 3 years now.
Too big time, is he?
I'm not obliged to comment on that comment.
Not obliged. Not obliged to comment on anything, Rob.
That is true. And as such, I'm going to leave at the end of this over.
Where are you going?
Who knows? The world is my oyster.
I'm not obliged to say.
The world is my oyster, Sam.
It is, Rob. You haven't got a car with you, have you?
No, so a bit limited.
Limited by what Arriva Go North East can offer you.
Transfer Express, LNER.
Now you're talking.
Media Gaze underway after lunch. Some other grounds still enjoying their lunch break before getting back underway. Some are also a bit further ahead, I think, of us in our lunch sessions. This is another longer session to make up some time that we lost yesterday due to the bad light. Tea will be at 4 o'clock.
I like a timed tea. I prefer that. I like a bit of certainty around my tea.
Wow. Lees left that thinking it was going to travel past his off stump. It moved back in, bounces just over the top. Yorkshire appealing for...
I think LBW, I think it might have clipped his pad. I don't think anyone really knew what had happened there, but they all decided it was such a good delivery, there was a chance of a wicket. It was a beauty, wasn't it, from...
Really good, but umpire Saggers was unmoved. Not interested. Just click through for the over.
Gay on strike, he's got 31. See, it's a false start. That little stuttering start he's got, but Johnny Bairstow still tinkering with his field. Wants Don Best to go a bit wider. Deep square leg.
Yeah, back underway at Hove. Sussex 307 for 4, batting themselves into a good position.
So is
against Surrey.
Is Haynes now out?
No, he's not. 134 unbeaten for Tom Haynes. Essex have erased their 23-run deficit to Worcestershire on first innings.
Without losing a second innings wicket.
Without losing a second innings wicket.
Good from Sears, good from Gay, good from Milan.
So
we've got, sorry mate, we've got Tall Paul and
Charlie Allison.
Oh, nice at the crease. It's the Allison brothers derby, isn't it? Big Ben at Worcestershire.
Somerset all out for 184. They are still at lunch.
Could have been worse
down at Southampton. Could have been Miguel Pretorius providing some lower order biff.
Miggy P.
No stranger to these parts, of course.
Yeah, what was that? 2 summers ago? Played a bit of one-day cup?
2020. No, I played some county championship as well.
Did he? It didn't set the world.
No, he showed there was a cricketer in there.
Okay.
Obviously, as you've now seen down at Somerset.
Are you being kind to him there? Were they not impressed with him up here, or was it?
No, I just think he did. Maybe he just didn't put his best foot forward, but it was one of those. I don't think he was initially on the radar at the start of the year.
I don't think he was on anyone's radar, really. He's done really well. Has he played a test for South Africa? I think he might have been. He's certainly been in squads over the winter. Flicked. Just for one. Emilio Gate. Happy to turn the strike over.
Yeah, not sure if he showed. He was a good bowler, good pace, good bounce. Maybe just not quite as accurate as Durham were hoping for. Didn't show as much with the bat up here as he has done down at Somerset over the last couple of years. Notts are going to be frustrated. They're off for rain again down at Warwickshire.
Are they? They're in a good position as well.
92 for 7 are Warwickshire. Notts firmly on top.
Driven.
Alex Lees is on top of that.
That's a beautiful shot from Alex Lees. Looked in good touch post-lunch, looked in good touch pre-lunch. Let's be honest. Over pitch from Sears, that was quite genteel. And Lees just leant into it nicely. Didn't need to run. Gets his bat and his glove sorted. Scott Borthwick on his birthday is turning out for Hartlepool CC today. I saw George Drizzle was 50 odd not out.
Yeah, he's made the move from Sunderland. He's gone to South North.
Is that a big move? He'll be hated at Sunderland now, do you think?
I don't think he'll be hated. Maybe a few words when they play each other.
Driven, but straight to Milan. He does well, actually. He was getting the long barrier out. I like that from Milan. But initially, he was going to go right leg at a right angle. Left arm down. He switcherooed it.
Switcheroo.
Late doors. Anyway, 28 gone, 107 for 1.
Lancashire 156 for 4 against Leicestershire. Middlesex have lost the second wicket, but still in a good position.
What's that score?
140 for 2, so they trail by just 59.
That's the old home of cricket, isn't it?
It is indeed. Dane Patterson on debut for Middlesex. Still got Kane Williamson to come into that side as well.
Yeah, there's some weird signings in the sense that Cam Green is being paid for entirely by a benefactor, as they keep calling it.
I saw that this morning. I saw
Gloucestershire member is paying.
I saw Cam Green's statement about I've got to be very popular if I'm being paid for by someone anonymous. I haven't met them yet. Yeah, that's an interesting situation down there. Quick. Well,
I think Johnny Bairstow broke the stumps, didn't he?
Yeah, been given not out. Alex Lees had definitely given up on that. He'd sort of accepted his fate. First real bit of miscommunication there. I don't think. There definitely was not a single there.
Well, there was, because they got one.
Yes, but Alex Lees should be walking back to the pavilion right now on 67.
Odd single to take, I'll give you that at that stage. This stage.
I think it was Emilio's call. And Lees, I don't think Lees was... Either Lees wasn't quite anticipating it or didn't agree with the call or whatever, but Durham gets a lucky break because Yorkshire should have a second wicket right now. Just finishing up around the grounds. Kent is 67 for 1.
And Crawley's out, isn't he?
He is indeed.
He's under pressure. from Haynes, from McKinney.
It's big 3 rounds of county championship cricket for Zach Crawley, and Derbyshire are all out for 307, and Northamptonshire just getting underway. They are 2 without loss after 4 balls.
You say that, but you just get the sense from England that it doesn't really matter what he does. They're either going to decide to leave him out or not. It sort of feels irrelevant what he does for Kent. I don't know why, which is perhaps not how it should be.
Good bowling from White. Yeah, it's been one of the criticisms, hasn't it, of the McCullum-Stokes partnership, that county championship has maybe been, well, sidelined, I think it's safe to say. Maybe not taken as interesting as the past, but at the same time I can see where they're coming from in terms of, in the past, England have picked players based on county championship experience and runs and wickets, and some of them haven't panned out. So I can see from that point why they went for the change. But especially, like you say, Sam, in the case of Zach Crawley, who hasn't exactly set the world on fire in his opening 3 rounds, it does get
noise, doesn't
because it does get harder for your regular cricket fan to go, well, he can't score runs for Kent in Division 2. Why is he being trusted to open the order in a test, open the batting in a test match? A few of those England players, of course, still not yet back in action. Ben Duckett, I think, is given an extended break after his exploits over the winter. Chris Wokes is battling some ankle soreness, so he's yet to return for Warwickshire. I've got a couple of returns from injuries. I mentioned Josh Tongue earlier after an horrendous 2024 campaign for him, entirely sidelined by injury. He's back. Sleaze drops that into the offside. Should just be 1, it is. Brian Cast obviously missing with a toe injury. Just the 2 singles off that over. 109 for 1. So there is a few question marks for England to think about. That test match against Zimbabwe coming up in just over a month's time. 4-day test match at Trent Bridge. Obviously, pretty good inkling that Sam Cook is going to be selected based on him being pulled out by the ECB.
I'd be interested to know what Yorkshire fans think of Root and Brook
Only getting 1 game.
Yeah. Get in touch, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Like, would you want those 2 guys in because they're world-class performers automatically? Sears into Lees, who strikes that firmly. And there's laughter at Milan for the way he stopped that ball. Our teammates are so kind. So would you want Brook and Root in, or actually is there an argument to say you're quite happy? These are the lads that, as in the ones you've got playing at the moment,
they're
going to be around the whole season. Would it be unfair on whoever would have to drop out? People like Wharton, people like Hill, potentially. What would you rather do? I mean, because they've been very much part of Yorkshire cricket, right? Root for a long time. Brook scored very heavily in the county championship. That led to his England call. Cut away. So yeah, if there's any Yorkshire fans out there on the stream, do get in touch, let us know. Streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Would you want them just to get 1 game because that's what the ECB want?
I think,
try and find some touch.
I imagine Yorkshire maybe, well, they have a pretty good relationship with the ECB, but when you look around the others, I mean, you look at Durham, Matthew Potts has played 3 games on the bounce and he's a bowler, so understandably there's a bit more concern over workload there. But then you see the opposite side of it, Sam Cook getting a rest. You know, Knott's in the same boat. Ben Duckett, as we mentioned, he's not returned to action yet. You'd imagine he'd get at least 1, if not 2 games under his belt before that Zimbabwe test.
And there must be different approaches for the individual, right? Because
Ollie Pope's played every single game of the season. Jamie Smith's played every single game of the season so far for Surrey.
They will rest at some point.
You'd imagine the next couple of weeks those
different approaches work for different people, and you've got to look at which other sides they're in as well. Like Harry Brook is going to play every game of cricket for England
over the next 6 to 8 months.
So you've got to look at the schedule and ask when are they going to get their rest. A couple of runs to Lees.
Yeah,
And someone like... Go on, sorry, mate.
it's similar with Joe Root. You know, there are more and more people calling for his return to white ball cricket, but he's kind of called those rumours off.
And you look at bowlers, I suspect some bowlers need to look after their workload. Someone like Matthew Potts, I don't know, is he better actually bowling week in, week out?
I think that was the agreement last year. That was definitely the agreement last year between Durham and the ECB.
Shot. No need to run those, Alex Lees. Just leans into it, over pitched by Sears. Leeds moves on to 75. He's batting serenely against his former employer, his former teammates.
We said it at the start of the stream that we thought that this pitch could play very similar to the one against Warwickshire, in that wickets would fall in clusters. But if batters got themselves in, runs to be had. Yorkshire showed it in their innings. Alex Lees is showing it in his innings so far. But yeah, it's definitely, I'd agree with you, it's definitely on an individual case-by-case basis. Because, as you mentioned, Matthew Potts there, definitely the agreement was last year between Durham and ECB was that he is better being allowed to bowl. Didn't miss too many games before the test summer. I would consider it highly unlikely he goes 4 in a row without a break.
Yes, in which case the Worcestershire game is his one to sit out. But Durham are potentially light on fast bowling options. There's been a few injuries. Paul Coughlin they're continuing to monitor. He didn't field for a good chunk of yesterday.
Yeah, that will also impact the batting order. I mean, not massively. He's not a top order bat, but I'm pretty sure he'll be coming in at number 11 for Durham if that is required. Gay boxing. And then you got the case of Sonny Baker, who has not been in a test squad yet, but he's also been pulled out for Hampshire at request of the ECB.
Yeah, he's going to Australia if he's fit.
So, yeah, it seems like an individual case-by-case basis is best. But at the same time, for batters, I don't know, just if I was one, I'd think I'd want as much time out there in the middle as possible to get my eye in, try and get some runs flowing. Gay flicks this one away, but stopped by square leg. Of course, the negative to that is that you put yourself in the firing line of potentially getting some low scores, and maybe your confidence gets dented and whatnot. But particularly with this England setup that have shown they're willing to back their players and willing to give them longer runs in the side than previous leadership groups. I don't know, I'd just be wanting to take the opportunity to go out and play, but that's just my thoughts. Should we get back to the cricket, Sam?
Well, we were talking about cricket.
Should we get back to the cricket that's in front of us?
I quite like your thoughts, but yeah, we can do. We're loosely related. We're talking about players involved in this game. I don't know why my voice is going really high. What would you like to say about the cricket going on in front of us, Rob?
I think there's potentially some questions coming Johnny Bairstow's way, if they aren't already, about how do Yorkshire break this partnership. Lees has shown that he's in good touch since lunch.
Yeah, what is it, 95 now, the partnership?
Indeed. So, we saw this for Yorkshire for the 7th wicket, George Hill and Dom Bess putting on a 100 partnership in pretty quick time as well. I think it was 103 off 115. And they'll be well aware of what Ryan Campbell's ethos is about wanting to control the game. It's interesting to see where Johnny Bairstow turns.
Where would you turn?
Pushed away by Gay. They're going to come back for 2. I mean, I think it's too early to consider a bowling change right now, but we have mentioned he's got plenty of options. He's got 5 seamers as well as Dom Bess. not to sound overly defensive, but maybe you do bring in Dom Best from one end and try and rotate from the other, see if you can get some pressure building, shorter, sharper spells.
Yeah, but you've got the 5-seamers, so he shouldn't be too worried about fatigue right now. Revis has only bowled 2, Thompson's only bowled 3.
Drop and run. Gay will retain the strike. He's got 37. Durham 120 for 1.
Can I see a change of bowling? Jordan Thompson. What was it that he was nicknamed the Big Show? And someone sold him out. It was a 100 game. I chatted to him about it last year. One of his 100 teammates did a Sky interview where he said that Jordan Thompson called himself, self-christened himself. Probably too many selfs in there.
Self-proclaimed.
Anyway, gave himself, anointed himself the Big Show. Sold him out live on Sky, but he didn't ever do that. That's what his teammates call him. So Jordan Thompson says, and I'm inclined to believe him. Anyway, he's got Emilio Gay on strike on 37 from 72. Have we checked in on the action across the North East Premier League, Rob?
We haven't yet, so
we should do that soon. Why don't we do that at the end of this over? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Thompson into Gay. Opens up the face.
Do you know what, Sam? I'll leave that in your hands.
Okay. Do you think they're capable hands?
Yes.
Okay.
I've worked with you for...
Too long, mate.
Well, that's one way of putting it.
Okay, I'll take on the mantle. You can keep the Rob Rush's roundup county championship scores. I'll cast an eye over the North East Premier League.
Cheers, mate.
Don Best gone in as a catching cover. Extra cover. Too short, cut away. Gets away with that one there. I think Alex Lees might have quite fancied cutting that to the boundary. Instead he's picked up 1, and that 1 has brought up the 100 partnership for the second wicket between Lees and Gay. Lees has 60 of them. Emilio Gay has 38 of them. It's taken them 1 hour and 41 minutes.
Been good going from these two. Good partnership batting as well. Lees has been a bit more of the aggressor, whereas Gay, understandably given his start to this year, has been a bit more watchful. Had to be watchful as well. Ben Sears was bowling some beauties before lunch.
It just feels like there was a fair bit of wobble with that new ball with the lacquer on it.
You love that word.
The word lacquer.
You love it.
Jack White was getting... He gave Alex Lees a real test first thing. Well, it wasn't this morning, was it? It was sort of lunchtime-ish, midday. And then Ben Sears had a brilliant first spell, but it's just signs that it's doing a little bit less now that we're 31 and a half overs into the innings. Cut away by Gay, but only down to the fielder at third. So will be a single.
Change of angle. Looks like. Or is it? No. Or is it?
Is it?
No.
No.
Emilio Gay had me confused there for a second. He was walking across as if he had been told to change sides.
4. Really fine, straight, too close to Alex Lees' legs. That little tickle around the corner. Moves on to 80.
Yeah, 2 straight. Alex Lees is not going to miss out on that. Too talented of a player not to.
Change of angle, Rob, or not?
No.
No.
See what he did there.
Last ball, the 32nd over. And then we're going to have our first North East Premier League roundup of the season, Rob.
Big test for you, Sam. You ready?
I feel like I'm ready. We'll find out. Cut away. In front of square. Bang. Fielder down at third. Can't get anywhere near it. 131 for one. Leeds has 84. Deficit now down to 176. Okay, I'm ready. South Northumberland. I've stumbled already, haven't I? South North travelled to Castle Eden. They're 187 for 9. George Drizzle. 95 he made from 82 balls. 14 fours, 4 sixes.
He'll be gutted not to get the 3 figures.
Simon Birtwistle, there's a name I recognise. Johnny Whiteman, might have he been at Durham for a bit anyway. They're 192 all out, in fact. I love the fact we got live access to this. Right, where are we going next? Tynemouth versus Felling. Felling 162 for 5. Who's got runs there? Ben Robinson, 49 of them. Alan Mustard, keeping wicket. Relation of? Tom Slane's unbeaten on 21. Where else are we going? Chester Street. Why not? 166 for 5. Just over the road.
Wonder if Ash Thorpe has got his eyes on that.
Carl Kotzer, been and gone for 55. Cole Pearce, 53 not out. Ash Thorpe will have his eyes on that. 2 Gibsons taking the new ball.
Ollie Gibson?
Ollie and Joe.
Ollie let go end of last season.
Burnett Field, 230 for 3 off 39. They're going well against Newcastle Cricket Club. Century for Jay Oswell. Johnny Bushnell, 44 unbeaten from 41 balls.
Still good carry in this pitch.
Ashington have bowled Sunderland out for 91. Haven't got a full scorecard, so don't ask me who took all the wickets. Burnmore 207 for 6 against Hetton Lions. Alan Worthy 52. Ryan Pringle 44. There's definitely been Pringles at Durham in the past. Josh Coughlin, relation of? Don't know. Brother of. Graham Bridge, he definitely used to play for Durham.
Single down to third.
So what a Hartlepool, second div. Div 1.
You think Alex Lees wanted that single, Sam?
I mean, we asked for clear communication between batters, right? We definitely got it there. No chance of confusion. Hartlepool are in the North Yorkshire and South Durham Cricket League.
late cut from game, moves him to 41. He'll keep strike. 134 for 1.
Just ticking along nicely. Bit of sunshine here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Conversation going on between a couple of the Yorkshire players. Jack White, Don Bess.
George Hill, I think.
Yes. Johnny Best out down here chatting to his bowler, Jordan Thompson. Always difficult being a keeper captain. Can't really position yourself at mid-off very easily, can you?
I guess so. I mean, I've never fully bought into the wicketkeepers can't be captains.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's more difficult. You can't really.
Yeah, it's a little bit extra time, I suppose.
Bit extra on the legs as well.
Now, Sam, we do have the change of angle.
We do. Can you confirm it?
Locking
Locking it in.
I will lock that in.
It's to Emilio Gay, not Alex Lees. 2 slips still. Thompson around the wicket. 1 run. That's your preferred angle?
No, I just wondered why Jordan Thompson hadn't done it a little bit sooner. 2 lefties at the crease. But I guess wanted to see if they could pick up the wicket, maybe inducing the Durham batters to drive and miss time, and then you've got that slip cordon waiting. Started with 4. Whittled down to 2 now after lunch.
Lee's on 85. Searching for first class 100 number 30 it would be. Last one in pre-season. It was a first class game. That game versus Zimbabwe A. Sounded like a cracking tour that as well. Great way to spend pre-season. Men's and women's teams heading over there. Shot. Overpitched. Slightly closed face. Goes down the inside lane of Ben Sears at mid-on, 4 runs. 89 Lees has. Looking good. 89 from 101 balls. Scoring at a good lick. Was patient to start with Alex Lees. Had to be. Yorkshire were very good with that new ball. The batting's just getting a bit easier. A bit of sunshine. Decent pitch for batting. Sears does really well there. 4 if it got past him, but it didn't. $139 for 1. Ground staff doing a lap. Haven't seen Vic today actually. Bunted. Shout of yes. Shout of run him out. Good running. Emilio Gay was aware. Just going back to our earlier conversation. Douglas Burns been in touch. In relation to Dan, I wonder. He'd like to see Rutenbrook in the side.
Just the 1 game?
That's all they're available for. End of the over, 34. 140 for 1. What are you doing now, Rob Rush? What's happening? Change of bowling. Who are you bringing on? Spinner? Jack White? Staying on? Change of end for Sears? Tell me. Talk to me. Come on.
I'd look at George Hill.
Yeah, you look at him.
I'd look to bring George Hill on quite soon.
He bowled beautifully, didn't he?
From the Lumley end. White was good first up, but you can just sense that Durham, that these two are quite confident facing him, maybe not troubled by the pace. Ball seems to have stopped doing as much. Bit of fancy footwork from these.
It was his knee, wasn't it? Gets a smile from Johnny Bairstay. Victor Main, ignoring both of us. Try to wave at him. Trying to have him back on again. Oh,
there we go.
He's allowed back. Looks like he's just sort of surrounded like by bouncers, and he struts around.
Inside edge there. Good this over from White. George Hill has just taken a fair few steps to his left. So Adam Live, as you can see, is in there at kind of like a second slip. And Hill's gone out to what? A bit more of a gully. Flicked by Lees, but Milan is there. He'll keep this strike. Just that one run from the over. 141 for 1. Deficit now 166.
Jack White puts his jumper back on. Long sleeve jumper he's gone for. He was in a short sleeve one earlier. For those interested in Jack White's sleeve choices. I'm interested. You interested, Rob Rush?
Could take it or leave it, mate.
Could you? I thought you were better than that.
You overestimate me.
No danger of that. Jordan Thompson, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 28. You're a good man, Rob Rush. You take our gentle ribbing well. You know we value you highly. I value you as highly as you value Ryan Campbell.
That's most definitely a compliment.
It is. Right, catching mid-on, silly mid-on, Adam Live, standing next to Emilio Gay. Alex Lee's pulling the short ball. Doesn't get it away, though. Can't get it past mid-wicket. He's into the 90s.
See, that would have been a really good time for Ryan Campbell to walk through the door.
Hey, where is Campbell? We haven't seen him in this game. If he's listening in the dressing room, Rob Rush is desperate to see him.
I imagine he's in some very important meeting. Normally the case of why he hasn't made his way over.
What could be more important than chatting to you?
I don't know, chatting to Marcus North.
Oh, yeah, I suppose. Edged.
Maybe just values his free time.
Just a single. Yeah, but it's working time, isn't it? Chatting to you, all in a day's work. Wonder if he's still on the same set of wheels.
Decent wheels. I think a few of the Durham boys put him to shame.
They do currently, yeah. Solid from Emilio Gay.
Feels like he hasn't faced the ball for ages.
Emilio Gay?
Yeah. Alex Lee's just kind of
Hogging the strike.
I wouldn't say hogging, but you know those.
That's what you're implying.
Just picking up those ones on the last ball of the over to keep the strike for the next over. New high score for the season, Emilio Gay.
Might come back for two here, yeah, good running.
Don't know why Johnny Bairstow was excited there. It's very comfortable too.
Driven straight to Milan at mid-off.
Looks like it's going to be change of bowling.
You've got your wish. You have got your wish.
George Hill picked up the only wicket so far. Bowled very tidily for his first spell. Mixed up, had started at the Finkel and then switched to the Lumley. Got the Lumley end this time. 7 overs, 1 for 22 for him. Looking to break open this partnership for Yorkshire. Ground staff getting told off. Right on the money. Yeah, Alex Lee's telling the ground staff to move away from the sight screen. Good start from Hill to his second spell. Measley on 9 and 8th. Just checking Alex Lees' progress. I think he's still batting outside of his crease. Saw that very early on in his innings in the morning session. He was quite comfortable stepping outside. Crowded mid-wicket area now. James Wharton and Matthew Revis in there. Maiden, 144 for 1.
Yeah, really like watching George Hill bowl. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22. That's the only wicket so far to fall. This partnership between these two now worth 122 runs. Yorkshire need wickets. We know how quickly games can change. Rob's talked a lot about clusters of wickets. What is a cluster? Is that 2 or more, are you saying, becomes a cluster? Yeah, fair. I'll give you that. Do you ever eat clusters for breakfast?
Nah.
No? Lovely cereal. Probably very high sugar content for breakfast, but... What do you have for breakfast, Rob?
I don't really eat breakfast, to be honest.
Fair. Thompson around the wicket to Gay. He's got 44. Good bit of captaincy that from Johnny Bairstow. Emilio Gay has played a few shots where he's just opened the face and run the ball down. There's now a man at gully. No easy run. Hot drink though? Or just... Your coffee, man?
No.
Tea?
Tea.
Okay. Nice brew. Sugar? 1 sugar. See, I'd say that's a bit pointless. Can't really get a full cup of tea sweetened with 1 sugar.
Yeah, but trying to be a bit healthier, so...
Yeah, but either go, I'd say abstinence or a ton of it. Let's have no middle grounds. Let's just have extremes. I want to hear next time you've had 4 sugars in your breakfast tea. First step goes a bit wider. Okay, drives it. Awkward one to deal with at backward point as well for Wharton. James, not Adam. Sussex, 3-3-2 for 4. Approaching the 100 over mark. Essex going well in their second innings, 51 without loss. They now lead by 28 against Worcestershire. Northants started well against Derbyshire, 307 for Derbyshire, 55 without loss for Northants. Wicket Old Trafford. Marcus Harris is out. Solid from Emilio Gay here. Good to see Saqib Mahmood back playing red ball cricket as well, Rob.
Very much so. Had a torrid time with injuries. He's been in and around the white ball squads recently. Picked up a few more appearances, but it's good to see him back playing the long format as well.
This is good pressure from Yorkshire. Not allowing any free runs. They need a wicket. Not quite in desperation yet. Maiden over from Jordan Thompson. 144 for 1 still. I saw you side-eyeing the camera.
I wasn't meant to be the camera. I was looking at Darren Milan's fielding position.
I always assumed David Milan fields in the slips, right? But then every time I see him, I forget he's largely a boundary rider, really. You just assume top order batter going to be a close catcher. I don't know why. Or I assume that. You might not.
Few words there between Lees and Bairstow. Both with smiles on their faces.
At the start, I thought you were singing the Bladen Races for a second there.
It's not quite June yet. Durham will be hoping they're belting out Bladen Racers at the end of this game.
There you go, I teed you up for that. You're welcome.
Bairstow's tinkering with his field. George Hill going back to 2 conventional slips, but Finn Bean at first is quite, well, the first of those 2 slips is quite wide. Good flick from Gay. It's going to be 2. Darren Milan there on the boundary. It's going to be a change of angle for Hill.
You love a change of angle, don't you?
Almost brings an immediate reward.
What's your favourite thing about cricket?
The ebbs and flows.
Yeah?
Ebbs and flows in 4-day cricket. I mean, the game we just covered.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it gets much better, personally.
No.
You can have your high-scoring run chases in 50 over in T20 cricket, but
this
it's
is
a tight leave. But you can't, for me, can't beat the excitement and the topsy-turvy nature that red ball cricket can bring.
So your favourite format by far, is it?
Oh yeah, without question. You want to call me a purist, so be it.
I will. I'm happy with it. It's my favourite format too, Rob. That's why we get on so well. That's why we socialise outside of work. Even these little quiet periods, right? Because it is a quiet period. This is just setting up the game. That's the beauty of it. Feels like nothing's happening, but the game is moving. It's strategic, it's tactical, it takes time.
Rome wasn't built in a day. Amelia Gay will move to 47. He'll keep the strike. 148 for 1.
I mean, the deficit is down to 159. Durham putting themselves in a really good position here. Yes, it can change quickly, but this partnership continuing to build. 126 it's worth now. Between Alex Lees, who's got 93. Emilio Gay, who's got 47. Both batting nicely. It's going to take something special, I think. Either a mistake or a special delivery to get one of these two out. Jordan Thompson, a man capable of that. Not seen much of Don Best, just a couple of overs immediately before lunch. Johnny Bairstow has a quintet of seamers that he can rotate. George Hill and Jack White took the new ball. He's got Ben Sears, Jordan Thompson and Matt Revis, plus Bess. Ten to 3 now. T is at 4, fixed time. We're making up for lost time over the last, well, yesterday. Bad light. I think we'll be okay for a while, certainly, for light. We'd have had the floodlights on for a good 3 or 4 hours by now. This time yesterday. Gets it past Gully. Claims 1. Moves on to 48. Lee's on 93. Not stuck in the 90s, but just the scoring rate is closed down a tad. Adam Live back at silly mid on for Lees. 1 ball left in over number 40. Still 57 left in the day. Long day, 104 overs scheduled. Penciled in. Bit of sunshine on the Banks Homes Riverside right now. A loud call from Lees. Good single. Sears was just sat there a little deep to cut off the one. It went to his left. Durham 150 is up. First batting bonus point not till 250. But Durham ticking along nicely here. 160 minutes. Exactly 40 overs. So a solid run rate. 3.75 and over. It's been a solid start.
Very solid start from Durham. Obviously, these two well set. They'll be looking to kick on throughout the day. It's a race. The ball wins. Leads to 98. Lovely cover drive. Johnny Bairstow instructing Ben Sears to get ready. 99 for the Durham captain. Think that's going to go down as a leg bye. Does.
Hit it too firmly, didn't he? You're poised. You're so excited right now, aren't you, Rob Rush?
No. Don't know what you're on about, Sam. That is a glorious extra cover drive to bring Alex Lees his first century of this county championship campaign, his 17th in first class cricket for Durham. A wave to his kids in the crowd, a hug with Emilio Gay. 18 fours off 126 deliveries. He's gone big. They'll be looking to go even bigger. Well battered, Alex Lees.
Yeah, and deserved as well. He had to work hard at the start, right? He was tested particularly by Jack White with the brand new ball. And he got through that period with relatively little alarm. Just had to be watchful. He's played some lovely shots. Really nice for him. Not scored as heavily as he would have liked in the first game here at the Banks Homes Riverside, but is already making up for it now.
He stepped on the accelerator since lunch as well. Really gone through the gears quite quickly. 30
first class hundreds, that's quite a career, and he's a long way from finished yet, Alex Lees. Thompson around the wicket. Gay on 48. Opens the face, but that fielder at gully prevents him getting the single he's looking for. .49 for Emilio Gay in the sunshine. Happy to bide his time. He's yet to be more watchful. Runs haven't come as freely for Emilio Gay, but his knock is just as important. His role in this partnership just as vital. .146 behind now. These two will be looking to push on some more. Take Durham into the lead. One more for Lees. Again, the call is no. Still on 49 Emilio Gay, 162 for 1. Need to find something, Yorkshire. Need to break this partnership. We'll be hoping for a cluster of wickets. But Durham needs to have won a bat all day. Long time left. There it is. Lovely shot. Tucked off his hips. A yell of frustration from the bowler, Jordan Thompson. Delight for this home crowd here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Delight for Emilio Gate. Applause from his teammates on the balcony. 53 from 106 balls. 6 fours. He has to be patient. He had to grind it out. It was about survival initially. He has survived. He's still there and he's past 50 for the first time this season.
Second time in a Durham shirt, both here up in the northeast, and that knock will do him the world of good. He's not done yet. He's still out there, still got a job to do, but safe to say he hasn't had the prolific start he wanted to the start of the year. He's got that first milestone out the way today. He's missing some a long time left. Not only in this day, in this game as well, and Durham want to be able to dictate terms. Starts with these two in the middle. Ben Sears back into the attack, change of ends and over the wicket. Welcome back, Ben Sears. Alex Lees will hook you around the corner for 4.
Yeah, that extra bit of pace. Radar wasn't there. Alex Lees has his eye in.
Johnny Verstow packing the offside now for Alex. He's got Finn Bean and I believe Matthew Revis at point and extra cover. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket, long leg. And Jordan Thompson floating on the third boundary. Leeds is looking to use this extra pace from Sears. Coming back for his third spell, second of the session. We've spoken a bit today about how Durham going into their second innings, their seam bowlers have a few more overs in their legs. Alex Lee is looking to apply pressure back towards Johnny Bairstow.
And he is under pressure, Johnny Bairstow here. Got to find a way, somehow, to break these two up. To send one of them back into that pavilion. It's not been much to shout about for Yorkshire. Certainly not since lunch. That catch just before lunch that fell short of live at slip off Thompson. Been pretty comfortable otherwise.
Lovely. Lovely from Lees on top of the bounce in complete control. 150 partnership. Up Lees almost has 100 of them on his own. He has 96. Amelia Gay has 53 of them. As you mentioned, Sam, Johnny Bairstow is under some pressure.
Yeah, he is, and he's turned to George Hill. Back from the Finkel end, the end he started out at this morning. The end he bowled beautifully from. He's got 2 set of batters now. Gay 53, Lees 112. And as you say, Lees has accelerated since lunch without really taking any risks, without having to do anything silly. Just a sign of a player who's in, feels in. Yorkshire have maybe not been as tight as they were in that first session. I thought they were very good, particularly that first hour or so where they bowled. Maybe even a bit longer, actually. Maybe even up until lunch. But just been a bit loose, a bit wayward.
Yeah, that run rate creeping up just over 4 now for Durham. As you say, they've barely had to take a risk. Knocked it about, played the shots, like that one there.
Flicked. I think they'll get a couple. Hill into his 11th over. The shout is pushed. They're going to come back for free. Good running. Good running. Not many frees on this pitch, I don't think. Not straight, anyway. I mean, that was to the left of mid-on. So perhaps into one of the deeper pockets, but good running all the same. Past the fielder at mid-wicket. Call is 2 again. I think it might test the fielder. And you come back for free. Ben Code on a sub-fielder, I think.
I think that's Jack White.
Oh, is it? I thought he had 19 on his back. Yeah, you're probably right. You usually are, Rob Rush. Does have 19 on his back.
Yeah, scoreboard I think is, unless they were called one short. Scoreboard saying it was just 2 off that first. Well, I thought it was 3.
They definitely ran free.
Yeah, wondering if they were called one short then. By the umpires.
You might be right there, Rob Rush. Gay opens the face.
Believe Emilio is getting close
To his Durham best.
Believe so. Give me a moment. Ooh.
Bit of frustration in that.
Yeah.
Just a bit of frustration.
This is indeed a new best for Emilio Gay. Had 52 against Kent. Last game of last year.
I've got his top first class score for Durham as 64. Ooh, well bowled. Just a little push it by Alex Lees. And I think Cricket Archive is including the Zimbabwe game.
Ah.
Whereas yours might just be county championship. So we're both right in our own little ways. End of the over, 180 for 1.
It's a new county championship best. There you go, yeah. Scoreboard has stopped working now.
Well, they've updated it to being free.
There we go.
I think they're missing a 1 in there as well, though. There was definitely a single after those 2 frees. Was there not? Yeah.
I believe you, mate. There was indeed. Single off the 4th ball. There you go, it's ticked over now.
Lovely stuff.
Good from Sears.
That's what will give him a little bit of encouragement. Did go chasing after that one, just hung that bat out. He's actually just a tad too sharp for him, that.
Under edge. Well, stopped by Bairstow.
He's frustrated as well for missing out on that Emilio gate.
That was a gimme.
Oh, I'm not going to sing ABBA.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure. For now, anyway, Rob.
Okay. I'll revisit this in about a couple hours' time. That's when the Sam Dunning jukebox opens, am I right?
Well, you never know.
George Hill is very intent on keeping Emilio Gay in his crease. A few times now, he's positioned at that gully. Emilio's opened a face, ran it down to him, and Hill's thrown the ball back at his stumps. I wonder if Alex Lees is having a chat about that to the umpire. Don't think there's anything the umpires can do. George Hill's well within his rights to do it.
I haven't heard from Ash Forbes today, have we?
We haven't. I think he's soaking up the Spanish sun for the first time on his trip.
Was it his wedding anniversary yesterday, did I see?
Yes. That's sloppy from Yorkshire. Shouldn't really have been a single there for Alex Lees, but it was struck pretty much straight at Don Bess. Lees called Gay through quickly, and Bess has not grabbed it cleanly. So what should have been a run-out opportunity ends up being a comfortable single, and I think that's the first time we've just seen the standard slip in the field from Yorkshire.
It's just pressure. Durham putting them under pressure, sapping them. That's what partnerships do. .45 gone, 184 for 1. 123 behind now, so closing in. Yorkshire needing wickets. We're getting towards desperately needing wickets. They'll know. Johnny Bairstow, David Milan, all the Yorkshire players, they played enough cricket to know that a game can flip, can change course so quickly. But the problem they've got now is you're just not seeing quite where that's coming from at the moment. Maybe it'll need a mistake, maybe a momentary lack of concentration from a Durham batter. Maybe George Hill can produce a moment of magic. He's got the ball in hand, Hill. He's going to bowl from the Finkel end. Emilio Gay on strike. He's got 59. Still does. Good lines from Hill. Should have done a look at the North East Premier League in a bit. Why don't you do it this time? Why don't we swap roles? Mistimed, but push wide of mid-on, so they get a single to Jack White.
Don't think I've got the access for the North East Premier League.
Oh. Classic rush. Good bit of work by Live at short mid-wicket. Still plenty of noise out there for Yorkshire. Trying to get themselves going. It's good stuff from George Hill. Oh, it's a bit of WD-40 on in that window, doesn't it? That squeak was Rob Rush just allowing a bit of air into the comms box.
Going down.
Half-hearted appeal. Cut Alex Lees in half. Yeah, from that angle. Always sliding down. Umpire Shan Mugan and Rob Rush made a joint decision. Ashington chasing down 92 to win against Sunderland fairly easily, 64 without loss. Hetton Lions 13 without loss after 4, chasing 2-3-2 after Burnmore made 2-3-1 for 8. Burnett Field have reached 283 for 5 off their 45 overs. Innings changeover against Newcastle, currently in progress. 185 for 1 here at the Banks Homes Riverside. 46 gone, 51 remaining in the day. Castle Eden are 25 for 1, chasing 193 for victory against South North. Just to the Street have reached 214 for 7, just over the road, meaning Shotley Bridge require 215 runs for victory. And Tynemouth, well, they'll be chasing 231 to win. Tynemouth without Sean Longstaff today, who's on duty at Villa Park for Newcastle United.
Good stop at mid-wicket. Tom Haynes is still there.
Still there? Still where?
Still batting.
At Hove?
He is indeed.
How many's he got?
172.
Oh, yes.
I think he saw Ben McKinney last week. Obviously, he turned up against Somerset. I reckon Tom Haynes fancies a bit of recognition, which is thoroughly deserved.
Yeah, why not?
Been a very good operator for Sussex the last few years. I think he had that period where he had captaincy, I think, across all 3 formats, and maybe just dogged down a little bit by it. Club wanting to get the best out of him, putting the blocks in place for him to be successful, and he's showing his worth. Essex 81 for 2, currently leading by 58 against Worcestershire. Hampshire are 53 for 2, trailing by 131 against Somerset, and Warwickshire all out for 93. Squared up by Sears, but Gay is able to get some inside edge onto that and come through for a single. Not a 3 without loss in reply. Brett Hutton and Ferguson Neal both picking up fifers. So I wonder who gets the ball there.
Oh, cut it in half. Get a saw out.
Oh. Actually, he's trying to dispatch Ben Sears to the rope. Almost saw his stumps fly out the ground. I mean, I'm looking at the figures here. Brett Hutton, it's not bad, 5 for 38. Fergus O'Neill, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 19.
Yeah, probably him then. Sorry, Brett.
I think Fergus O'Neill just claims that one. In case it wasn't obvious, Alex Lees is trying to put his foot down.
Kept a bit low, maybe that one?
Yeah.
Try and drive it.
Last two have kept a bit low through to Bairstow. Lancashire, 211 for 6. Middlesex are now in the lead, 215 for 2. Kent are struggling again with the batting in the first innings, 140 for 5, still trailing by Mammoth, 332. At home to Gloucestershire, and Northampton 96 without loss. Sears now targeting the pads. That's going to go down as a leg by. Thumped into pad, or maybe not. Giving us a run. It's a bit of inside edge there for Alex Lees. Still around 40 minutes till the tea break. Longer sessions to make up for the overs we lost yesterday. George Hill trying to remove Alex Lees from the crease. Good line and length from Hill. Lovely. From Lees, and looks like Jordan Thompson unable to put it up inside the rope, and he's now got a limp on. Is it given as 4? Let's see. Umpires are going to have a chat. Wasn't the most comfortable landing for Jordan Thompson. We're going to have a change of ball. Yorkshire will hope it brings them a bit more luck than what this one has done in the afternoon session. The last ball's been given as a 2. By umpires. Jordan Thompson sliding, did put it up inside the rope initially, and then as he slid, the ball hit him again in the position where the boundary rope is. That has been pushed back now because of Thompson sliding into it. Looks like Yorkshire Physio's just ran on with some goods for him. So Luke Robinson supplies Alex Lees and Emilio Gay with new sets of gloves. Brian Campbell making the walk over to the commentary box. I imagine you're quite happy with how today's gone.
Yes, is probably a word. I thought, we've seen our tail enders against us hang around for way too long.
Flashbacks to last week.
Yeah. So it was nice to see us do the job there, and then obviously overhead conditions, a little bit of nibble in the wicket. We were going to have to bat very well, and we just, no surprise that Alex Lees has really stepped up when we needed him most, and obviously well supported by Emilio Gay. But, there's always a but. We really have to drive home the advantage now, I think it's one of those wickets that if you do lose a wicket, that the new guy, it can be a little bit tough for him to get in. So, when you're on top, especially of a very good cricket team in Yorkshire, you really got to drive home your advantage. So, it's up to us now.
Just the two off that over, 189 for one. A timely return for some runs for Emilio?
Of course, you don't have to be Einstein to work out that he hasn't had the start to the season that he would have wanted. And, he's a guy that, we're getting to know more and more about. And I say that, we've had him, a little bit last month or month and a half of last season, and then a pre-season, and now you learn a lot more about guys during the season when they're in match play. He's an incredibly hard worker, thinks about the game a lot, and so obviously when he starts off a little poorly, he's thinking about the game a lot, and that's where you got to be a bit careful for him to overthink things. But what I've seen is, there's been no panic. There's been a calmness about the way he's gone about it. And, again, he needs to now cash in on this start because, when you've gone through a little run, you want to make sure that when you do get going, you cash in.
Moves on to 62 with that quick single. Guess you're quite happy with how you're able to restrict Yorkshire in terms of batters got in but didn't quite cash into the same length that Alex has gone on to this afternoon?
Yeah, well, I think, when you put a team in, I guess the pressure's on you to get the results. And, I thought the break in play yesterday towards the back end probably came at a great time for us. I know we had just taken 2 wickets with the new ball, but I reckon we had started to run out of puff, and you could see that during the game, during the day when there was that partnership. Let's be honest here, our bowling staff have been made to do a lot, and they bowled a lot of overs. We've had injuries, and then which has put more pressure on those that are still remaining. And we saw that again yesterday with Coughlin going off the ground. Sorry.
Lovely looking pull by Emilio Gay. And with that, he'll equal his highest first class score for Durham.
So, you send them in, but I thought obviously Ben Rain was fantastic. He continues to lead the way for us despite having to bowl so many overs. But I actually thought Brendan Doggart was unbelievably good yesterday. He's played one game for us, and he's only played in England like that one game. Well, that's a good shot.
That's a lovely way to set a new first-class best for your employers. Emilio Gay moves to 68.
Yeah, that's good news for us because that's a PB means he has to buy a drink for us all, which is good. But I thought Doggett, his length, because you got to remember, as an Australian fast bowler, his natural length is a bit shorter than what you probably always bowl here in England. So I thought the way he adapted yesterday and got it to swing, I honestly felt he was going to get a wicket every ball.
Yeah, tad unfortunate not to end up with that fiver. Would he have had to buy a drink yesterday if he picked up a fiver?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's his best for us, so that's a PB as well. So I don't actually know if it's PBs for us or it's PBs lifetime sort of
right,
things.
Okay.
I don't know the.
I reckon if you say it with enough conviction to Emilio later, I think he'll.
Oh, no,
I think he'll buy it.
No doubt, we'll be trying, but it's an interesting stage in this game. I think we've seen some bloody good cricket, and it's been nice to watch. I think Yorkshire have a number of younger players who are really impressive, and you think to the future. England just got. There are so many good young players out there. This bloke, can open the bowling, bats six. Revis is another one. Wharton, who bats at 3, he's 24 years of age and continues to stack up good numbers. So, and that's 3 without even thinking. Bean has made a lot of runs for them at the top of the order. It's an impressive team.
I guess that just adds to the where you are now. That kind of realizing you're on top. That's got to add to like the enjoyment of it. But as you've already mentioned, job's not done yet.
Well, it's a lot. We're a long way from it because we need to bat once in this game. And then, as we've seen, it's going to be a lot of hard work to prize out 10 wickets on the back end. So, as it sits at the moment, just before tea, obviously we definitely are in a bit of control of this game. But now it's about how ruthless we can be, and we talk about that as a group all the time. Winning games of first-class cricket, I say this all the time to you guys, winning games of first-class cricket in the county championship is hard work. And whenever you do get an opportunity to put the squeeze on someone, you really need to, grab that with both hands because as we see all the way up the country, there's teams are beating different teams and, there's lots of draws, so it's going to be a tough competition.
Floodlights just turning on for the first time today.
We look down at Hove and Sussex are taking it to the defending champs. So, yeah, there's some good cricket being played.
Yeah, Tom Haynes has finally been removed from the middle by Surrey, but 174 for him down there. It's a good over from Hill, maiden for him, 197 for one. Last couple of weeks got in without a frontline spinner, which for those of us who have followed the team quite closely know it's not really a Ryan Campbell approach.
No.
To go in without a frontline spinner. Anything? Was it looking at the pitch, looking at the makeup of the side? Obviously last week you had Bedingham and Doggett to bring in after they were available. Anything?
Look, it's a tough one. We've looked at it in all different ways. The numbers stack up that spinners haven't, done overly well here at the Riverside. So then we've made a calculated decision on how the best way is to take 20 wickets. Last week we took 19 and we were close, and we had 20 runs up our sleeve to get that 20th and we couldn't quite do it. Would a spinner have helped? Who knows? I know that, their young leg spinner didn't really turn it at all, so it's not like it's ragging. Obviously, Dom Bess will be interesting to see how he goes. Bowling on this strip. But again, Yorkshire have a different makeup of the team where they've got Revis and Hill who can bowl medium pace at, batting 6 and 7. Gives you a bit more flexibility. At the moment we have Rhodes who is that little bit of a flexibility guy. Remembering that at the moment Bustelator has a back injury. Bryden Cass has the foot injury, so our other all-rounders are out of the team and unavailable for selection. So, George Drizzle has, a lot of people have been talking about, what's Parkinson, Drizzle, what's going on? And, the facts are George Drizzle had an unbelievable pre-season and, with runs and wickets and, got himself in front. And there's no doubt that Parky will fight his way back. He took wickets against, the only second 11 game he's played, and he heads to Nottingham this week to play in the second team. And so he'll continue to put pressure on to see if we can bring back him at some point. I've no doubt we will. And the goal is to maybe play both of them. That's what we want to do at different times. But again, you just have to read the situation, look what's going on out in the middle. Is Chesley Street a spinning paradise for our spinners? It's hard work, that's for sure, and that means we're not going to play a spinner here. But the early months of the season, it is a very tough one to go, we'll be fine. Look at the overheads, look at the conditions, look at the wicket. Vic's doing a really good job with the centre square. It looks in great condition. So, yesterday it looked like there was enough nibble in it to give the fast bowler something. But again, obviously it's that fourth innings that you're always going to look at. But yeah, I reckon I've gone round and round in circles there and haven't given you a real answer. But the facts are, when we came down to it, the conversations were around Drizzle or Coghlan. Cogger's got the nod, and if you had told me that before he got injured, I probably would have gone the other way. But, these things happen.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing.
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it,
a wonderful thing.
It's going to be a double change for Johnny Bairstow. Dom Bess was brought back that previous over. Matthew Revis is going to get a go. Slightly expensive before lunch, just a 2 overs for him.
Yeah, a bit expensive, but look, again, he's coming back from injury. But again, I say it all the time, here's the Aussie talking, but again, another good young English lad, massive kid, runs in and tries to bowl fast, can bat, good fielder. They're really important to a team, and that's what I'd be saying to England is, you got to look at these young all-rounders, because our great Ben Stokes, who we love to death, but you need some backups. And And there's a few out there. Lyndon James is another one.
Glorious from Alex Lees. He's looked the part since the lunch break.
Yeah, seems to enjoy batting against Yorkshire.
That's the 200 up for Durham. Partnership swelling nicely between these two. Have some of that.
Yeah, that's where now it can be really dangerous for an opposition team where you've tried to hold the run rate at bay, and you got a bloke who's really set, and you're just looking for that one good spell of bowling. Either from a batting side of things, you think one guy just gets it wrong here and we can get him, and on the other side of the coin, obviously Yorkshire will be hoping for a breakthrough to just before tea to open the batting up for them.
It's nice, Cameron. The way you talk about the English game, if we took away your Aussie accent, I don't think people would be able to tell you're Australian.
No, well, I know that sounds funny, but I've always said that I love the game. I love the game of cricket, and I love the county competition. I always have. I love the Sheffield Shield competition. I always have. So, that's part of my job is, if I'm a coach of one of the foundation teams of English cricket, I have to, help produce players. And that's what I like doing. I like watching. I like seeing if there's something that you could work on with an opposition player, or obviously Durham players are most important. It's good fun, and that's the thing. Don't say that. I'll never be English. Don't worry about that. I got 2 kids at home that speak with an English accent that kill me.
We'll leave that to your kids, really.
Oh, it kills me when they barrack for England.
I mean, as we mentioned last year, Ben Stokes being around doesn't exactly help your case.
Well, I did get my son one day when the Aussies were in town. I brought him to meet Mitch Marsh. Well, that's 4 more.
Yeah, Alex Lees isn't going to mess around here. He's playing some shots.
Yeah, and again, this is the thing that young Rivas, who has had some injuries, it's a tough game, first class cricket. If you're coming back and you're just trying to find your length, you're just thinking, I just need to get through 2 or 3 overs and get some confidence. But if you've got a bloke going on 100, and it's the same with someone like Will Rhodes. I've no doubt Will Rhodes can do a great job for us, and as you can see, he's a partnership breaker. He gets wickets. We've seen that. He's given opportunities, but then he's also leaked a few runs, and again, he's a guy that just needs a bit of confidence, a bit of form, and he just wants to get through 5 or 6 overs and just get there, and then he'll build from that. That's going to go for 4-2. That's where there's no justice in cricket. He's probably beaten him there with a bit of an out-nipper, outside edge, and goes for 4 more. But yeah, look, I did get Jake with Mitch Marsh. Didn't tell him that he was going to be there, and suddenly he was barracking for Australia very quickly. The Marshes have been long family friends of mine for ever since I shared a room with young Sean Marsh at the time.
I thought that was connection. Thought it was.
Yeah, there's more runs. And of course, his old man Jeff Marsh, who was a WA legend. As I was growing up, he was the captain of the state and then became one of the coaches. And yeah, so there's a long history there. But yeah, watching Jake and Emily meet Mitch for the first time was a bit nerve-wracking for him. But I did tell him that they go for England too. So he was into them. It was good.
Expect nothing less from an Australian.
Good bants. Good banter when, like I say, England are playing Australia and the kids are going for England. That kind of drives me nuts. My wife's going for England. So what chance have I got? Yeah.
Can't win. You got Potts and Cars playing. Got some Potts and Cars played that one as well.
Yeah, they hit me up, and then of course, I guess I want Stokes and Wood to do well for England, but unless they're against Australia.
Just a one slip now for Donvest. Started with a slip and a leg slip. Played off the back foot. What was the training like this week? Lads have a couple of days off after that game against Warwickshire?
100%. There was, no point dragging guys in for naughty nets just because you lost. That's not the way we are. We understand that the first two games haven't gone how we wanted them to. But, we drove that game against Warwickshire and, we were in control. Yes, we lost our way a couple of times, but managed to get back on top. And, I'm sorry if people disagree, and that everyone can, but that declaration we would do 100 out of 100 times.
Lovely.
That's a good shot.
Lovely late cut off the back foot for Emilio Gay. He moves into the 70s.
That's Durham. We are going to risk all to win. We don't play for draws. I'm sorry, that's just the way we are. And occasionally we're going to, it's 200 partnership, by the way, which is fantastic performance. We are going to get burnt. But that's fine. I've said it all.
That's life, in a way.
That's right. Since I've ever got here, I'd rather lose playing the right way than just, having no pizzazz about you, no thought of trying to win. And, mate, our players have been hopefully taught that we are very much win at all costs. And, I guess the test will be the next time. When there's the question, are we going to declare, are we going to put it on the line again? Then, hopefully the answer is yes, of course we are. Let's go again. So, like I say, you try and create opportunities to win games of cricket, and we did that. We had our chances, and Nick goes between wicky and first slip. You then have 20 up your sleeve against, number 11 batter. You've got to try and win that game, So if we win that game, then it's we don't even worry, no one's ever talking about it. But the facts are, they're going to start looking at the light. This is where I've got to admit that cricket sometimes doesn't help itself when the lights are on and we're going off for bad light, which...
Yeah, I think we are here. Which is probably coming at a nicer time for Yorkshire than it is for Durham. Brought up that 200 partnership.
Yeah, for sure. That Yorkshire were pretty keen to get off the ground, I would have thought, to try and break up the momentum of our batting. So let's hope the clouds get up and we can get out there.
One more thing just before. It looks like you'd like tea to be called now. It's a bit of common sense. Tea was scheduled at 4.
Yeah.
Coming off at 10 to 4, you'd think tea would be called. You talked about developing players and we spoke about looking after the human beings behind them. The schedule is becoming more and more packed all over the world, particularly in county cricket, as Alex Lees and Emilio Gay will get a nice round of applause as they walk back to the pavilion. Obviously, the PCA are in constant communication with the players, trying to get their voice across. As a coach who loves the red ball game but also loves the shorter formats, how do we look after the the professional structure in England at the minute? Because from a observer's point of view, it looks like it's getting, it has been ridiculous for the last few years, to be quite honest.
One thing's for sure, that those decisions will be made by people who get paid a lot more than me and whose job it is to sort that out. But look, at the end of the day, I think you need 2 more weeks. If I could say to everyone, I'll give you 2 weeks, I reckon everyone would go, oh yeah, then everything's perfect. But we don't have 2 more weeks. So how do you create those 2 weeks? Maybe we have to look at reducing the red ball competition by 2 games, which is basically 2 weeks. And then to do that, you could probably start the season with some 50 over cricket, and then get into the 4-day cricket back end of April. But the other thing that it also lets you do is let South Africa and Australia finish their seasons, and New Zealand.
So you don't have the overlap.
Don't have the overlap. So the first game of the county competition,
overseas can be available.
Your overseas are here. Your England players are playing in some white ball cricket, 50 over cricket, which no one plays in 50. Let's be honest, England aren't very good at it, so they can play some games, and then you get into your red ball season. But you know that again, that's my idea. The difference between 12 games. What do we play now? 14 and 12. Is that going to make a massive difference? I don't know. I don't think it will. I think what it'll do is give you those 2 weeks to tinker with everything else. And before everyone jumps up and down, you know, the 100's the 100. Don't just get on that bandwagon and say that's got to go, because you know what? It's probably just saved English cricket, a lot of the clubs, for the next 20, 30 years, you know, with the sale of those. So that's what everyone was after, and that's what they've got. So, you know,
can't have your cake and eat it.
Yeah. So, you know, that is what it is, but I don't know, 2 weeks, that's all I ask. That's what I would say, and that's how you're going to get those 2 weeks is the tough one. You know, we played 5 games in a row, for instance, at the start of the year. Mate, we played 3, and we've got injuries. We've got, you know, that's just part of it. So it does make it a bit hard, but yeah, we're trying to shoehorn everything in a very short summer. Then let's be honest, it's not very warm in April, and it's bloody not very warm in September. But yeah, let's see.
Right. Well, tea has been called. Durham very happy with that afternoon session. 224 for 1. We'll be back with you when the light improves. Welcome back. After a slightly longer tea break, we went off a bad light just before 10 to 4. So, for once, some common sense occurred in cricket and tea was called. Umpires came back out shortly after 10 past 4, took a reading and signalled to the dressing rooms, we're ready to play on. I think Durham will be the happier of those two sides of that decision. I think considering how eager Yorkshire were to get off.
Quite keen, weren't they?
Very keen. I mean, I can't blame them for after that afternoon session.
You were a bit upset though, weren't you?
I was just getting to a nice chat with Cambo.
Yeah, you love it.
It's my favourite part of the job. But anyhow, still got a decent chat in. He's content, I think, is the
with your chat or
correct
with the game situation.
He's definitely not content with my chat. No, he's definitely content with the game situation. Alex Lees, correctly been informed, 18 first-class hundreds now for Durham. I missed out one that he got in pre-season. 17 county championship hundreds for Durham.
Same number of first-class 100 for Durham as another left-hander, Australian, Michael Divenuto.
Thought that was one, but I didn't want to make myself look
Oh, it was a
silly.
guessing game, Robin. You didn't guess. Come on. There's two players that have scored more first-class hundreds than Divenuto and Lees for Durham. I'll leave that one with you for this over, which is going to be bowled by Curtly Jack White, who I've enjoyed watching bowl. I was listening to your chat with Ryan Campbell, and I agree there's some cracking young players at Yorkshire, makings of a very good side.
Is one of them Rocky? Mark Stoneman, by any chance?
No, good guess. But I suppose he wasn't really here long enough to be in that.
Yeah.
He'd have to been prolific, because he did spend a fair bit of time down at Surrey, then Middlesex.
Now Hampshire.
Jinx. Padlock. So no, not Stoneman. Just one slip. Very wide slip, though, Adam Live. Basically standing at second, maybe 2.5. No, second. Can't Google it, Rob Rush. I see you.
Not Googling it, mate. Not Googling.
I see you.
Mate, I'm getting ready for my roundup at the end of the over.
Oh, you can multitask, mate. You're a man of many talents. It's good from Emilio Gay. Just playing himself back into Nick. So one of them is a current county head coach. Mooted appeals. Mooted or muted?
Muted.
Muted. You can't look in the yearbook for the stats either. Come on, Rush. No cheating. You can do this.
I don't think I can, mate.
Current county head coach. His son also plays county cricket. South African.
I'm drawing a blank here, mate.
First name's Dale.
Benkenstein.
Yes. A few too many clues for my liking. You only get 1 point there.
Oh.
Not the full 10 available.
Mission failed.
And the other one was recently playing golf with Bryden Cast.
Ah, Collie.
Yeah. He's top. 25.
Collie was the one that I probably should have led with.
Yeah, you should have led with Collie. Always lead with Collie if in doubt. Flicked away nicely by Emilio Gay. Revis gets down. Probably takes half his knee off on the square there. Sliding around on those hard squares is dangerous. Just the one. Emilio Gay goes to 75. Durham 225 for one. Vic Domain is, I'd say, sprinting out into the middle. What's he got? Has he got a hammer? Heavy bails?
He's
Switching those bails up, isn't he?
I think, yeah, he is. Don Bess to bowl from the Lumley end.
Has he got money to turn, Don Bess?
Not really. Believe the next run ties the highest second wicket partnership for Durham.
Against Yorkshire.
Don't think it's just specifically against Yorkshire.
Oh, okay.
I think it might be all time.
Wow. It's definitely against Yorkshire. Negative.
That is a remarkable reverse sweep from Emilio Gay.
It's in sight, the record second wicket partnership. Set against Middlesex just over a decade ago, here between Mark Stoneman and Scott Borthwick. 274.
Four more. I think you've got your answer, Sam, to has Don Bess turned many. Emilio Gay. It's very comfortable. Bringing out first the reverse sweep and then the late cut. He's moved into the 80s very quickly after the tea break.
So do we now have a record second wicket partnership for Durham against Yorkshire? I think we do.
I think the reverse sweep is a fitting way for it to be broken. In before I make my way back upstairs in the play, I've been told I've got another stat wrong.
No, yeah, spot on. 204. Divanuto and Will Smith back in 2009 on this ground.
Productive over there. 2 boundaries. 233 for 1. Durham closing in on a first batting bonus point. A minimum of 40 overs remaining. I'm going to go quite bold here, Sam. I don't think we're getting 40 overs tonight.
It feels unlikely, doesn't it, that the light is going to be better than or equal to the light that took us off at 4 o'clock. Or quarter to 4 by the time we get to 6:30, isn't it? You never know that these clouds could make way. We could be bathed in sunshine.
To be honest, I don't believe we should have gone off when we did, but I'm not an umpire.
Well, it's interesting because they'd have set a standard, a precedent yesterday. When you first go off in a game, you take a light reading, and that's your standard.
See, again, I don't really agree with that either. I think it should be individual days.
Got to have consistency, though. Here's White.
Maybe if you establish a baseline, a general baseline reading.
A buttery biscuit base.
If you establish that, and then you can work from there.
Yeah.
As like an overall, rather than waiting to go off for the first time for bad light to then set the baseline. I know it's just one of the many things cricket needs to get with the times for, in my opinion.
Your opinion is valid. Flicked to deep square leg, just one for Lees, moves on to 140. What's his best for Durham, Alex Lees?
I believe it's 195 against Gloucestershire on this ground a couple of years ago.
Quick fire there, Rob Rush, I'm impressed.
Unless there's a double century in there that is escaping the memory.
No, 195, according to Cricket Archive. So it will be that innings you're referring to, unless he's done it twice. 275 is his career best. Not warm out there, is it? Not a great day to be fielding. Probably not a great day to be on top of this pavilion with the camera either.
No, fair play to Ross and Stephen. Oh, there. Stephen's done for the day, though.
Is he? Part-timer?
Your words, not mine.
So Ross is up there, is he?
Ross is
shivering away.
Ross has drawn the short straw for this evening. It's a long run-up for Jack White, isn't it? It's a long run-up.
I quite like it. I like the way Lim's just going slightly different directions. I mean, it would have been, when he first got his pro deal at, was he 27? I think he talked about, initially he was like, I'm 27, I don't need someone to show me how to bowl. I know how to bowl. And then he's done quite a lot of work. I think it was Chris Liddell was the bowling coach at Northants. Did a lot of work with him. I've seen him a couple of times, Jack White. I saw him in that season where he took 50 plus Div 1 wickets. I like him as a bowler. But he's a character as well. Where's Rushviz right now? 73 behind, 9 wickets in hand. You got Durham ahead.
Yes.
Is draw still favourite from here, do you think?
I'm going to say no, because there's a Ryan Campbell side. He won't play for draws. However, Durham can be as attacking as they want. If the light won't hold, the light won't hold. It gets taken out of their hands. But one thing can guarantee, if Durham do lose any more time this evening, they will more than make up for it tomorrow, as Ryan Campbell indicated before the tea break. Goal is to bat once.
I think that's a sensible goal. And what they 2, 3, 4 for 1. They can double up from here. If I want to do a bit more than that, they got time. It's the weather. You're right. Your favourite word is inclement.
Sussex are hoping they can bat once and bat long. 407 for 8 they are now.
See, I already feel like that's got draw written all over it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's enough to bowl Surrey out twice and not have to bat again.
Good game down at Essex. Essex against T second. Diggs 138 for 5. Lees plays that nicely off the back foot. So they only lead by 115.
How many down? Are they just say 5?
5.
Okay. Yeah, intriguing. Chance for Worcestershire there. They'll have to bat well so I can dig.
Going to have to face Simon Harmer in the 4th innings pitch. Tough task. Down at Southampton, Hampshire 116 for 2, replying to 184 all out by Somerset. And Notts have erased pretty much the deficit they had. They are 81 for 1 at tea. Warwickshire all out for just 93.
You'd fancy Notts there, wouldn't you?
Very much so. Emilio Gay will keep the strike for the next over. He moves himself to 84. Lancs 241 for 6 down at Old Trafford. Middlesex 261 for 4 against Glamorgan. They are 7 overs past the due date for the second new ball. Gloucestershire 472 all out, in Kent at tea 188 for 5, still trailing by 284. And Northamptonshire are going well, 125 without loss off just 32 overs in their game against Derbyshire.
Lancashire haven't really got going yet this season, have they? I can't remember what they did in the first week, but they struggled. They had a decent game against Middlesex, didn't they? It became quite tight at one point. I think everyone settled for a draw, but
they had to scrap for a draw last week.
Yeah, against Northampton. They haven't exactly started well against Leicestershire. You know, they'd be one of the favourites in that division, if not the favourites. .84 Emilio Gay's got from 148 balls. Batted nicely. Hasn't always come easy. Sometimes you do have to work for it, though. He has worked, battled. Hung in there, played some nice shots. Not as free-flowing as Lee's. To be honest, how many batters are as free-flowing as Lee's when he's having a day like today?
Not many.
Still one slip in, Adam live. Second slip. In theory, 37 overs left after this one today. We lost a couple there. Or have we had 6 overs since tea? Maybe we have. Oh, that's lovely, Emilio Gay. All timing. Over pitch, Jack White's ended up on the floor. Emilio Gay stood up tall. Punched it down the ground and got a punch of the gloves from Alex Lees.
Just too full. Too full allows Gay to get on the front pad and the front foot. Just gently lean into it.
12 away from what would be a first Durham century.
It's amazing how quickly sport moves on.
What are we moving on from in this instance?
In terms of Emilio Gay came into this game facing some criticism from some certain people.
Who? You're not looking at me.
Oh no, I'm not. I was looking at you because I was talking to you.
Oh, I see. He was criticising him.
Just a few that obviously it's good nature. They want Emilio to do the best that he can.
Oh, lovely from Alex Lees. He's just said, Emilio, anything you can do, I can do just as well. Overpitched by Jack White again. Punch down the ground. They're going punch gloves again. Lees moves on to 145. Durham 245, and that deficit is now just 62. And Durham are within 5 runs of adding a first batting bonus point to the 3 they've already got for their efforts with the ball.
As you said though, it's just it just takes time. Ryan Campbell said it about Will Rhodes. It's just time.
Back foot, can't get it past the fielder.
It's just time for the new additions to show what they're made of, and it's just a reminder to not judge things too quickly. You'd imagine Don Bess will bowl a lot in this final session of the day.
Yeah, you'd think so. To be honest, it might get to a point in the game where he has to bowl. Or in today, if the light gets bad, it might be. You got someone else that could bowl a little bit of spin. David Milan.
Can bowl.
Yeah.
Leggies.
Adam Live as well, I think.
Can bowl off spin. Picked up a wicket last week in his
There we
first
go.
over. So there are options for Johnny Bairstow if he is told by the umpires that he has to bowl spin.
Adam Live looking uncomfortable there, isn't he? It's cold out there.
Get some hand warmers. Amelia Gay moves into the 90s.
Can see you just edging forward, Rob Rush.
Don't know what you mean, mate. Don't know what you mean.
I just know that you enjoy the success of Durham players
I'm cool, calm and collected.
as much as anyone. Definitely cool. Blooming cold.
Do you want the window shutting a little bit?
Nah, it's alright. I'll battle free.
Aerial from Lees. Brings about some excitement, but lands safe of James Wharton.
He was looking in that area, Lees, but I'm not sure that's quite what he intended. In fact, I'm certain it isn't.
.246 for one.
You can see there the Banks Homes Riverside, hardly bathed in sunshine. In fact, most of the light is artificial. Floodlights have been on for a couple of hours now. Easter weekend. Temperature's just about in double figures. Probably feels a bit colder out there. Feel like a pilot.
Give
you
me
have now landed in Chester Street.
Lo-
Ground temperature
lo-
is
local
10
temperature
degrees.
is
The time is 16:37. Is it Easter Saturday? Do we call it anything? Or Good Friday, Easter Sunday, Easter Monday?
I mean, technically it's Easter Saturday. It's a Saturday that falls on Easter, but I've never really called it Easter Saturday. Have you?
No, never. Flicked away. Will just be one. Game moves on to 91. I just didn't know if there was an official term for it. Were you good to your word? Did you save your Easter egg for tomorrow? Holy Saturday.
I have saved my Easter egg. Look forward to having it after a hard day's work tomorrow.
Okay. Straight bat from Alex Lees. He's looked largely unmovable for the majority of his innings. And really nice touch, the Durham skipper. Must always feel better, particularly as a skipper, because I think probably it weighs quite heavily on you if you're not making runs, if you're not playing your part with the bat, if you're also the captain.
Just the external noise starts to pick up, doesn't it? It's seemingly the first thing that whenever a batter, especially a top order batter, is the captain and doesn't score runs, everyone jumps to, captaincy's weighing too hard on him or her.
Nice shot from Lees, doesn't get past the fielder though. Good bit of work from Jordan Thompson. Change of angle. No, I don't think it is actually, is it? Oh, bat and then pad. It's not a change of angle. I'm making stuff up, right? Yeah. Ignore me completely. Does come very wide as well when he's around the wicket, Jack White. He's almost at the limit of where he can be.
Because it's if that back foot.
It's the back foot outside the line, yeah.
That gets called as a no ball.
It's the landing point, isn't it, of the back foot. Lee's on strike. 145 he's got. $146. 248 for one. Sign of nerves from Emilio Gate. Potentially. His call was yes. Alex Lees, though, overruled him with a very loud no, and it was the right call from Alex Lees. I fear Alex Lees may well have been run out. And he agreed with Emilio Gate there. Fortunately for Durham, he didn't. Yorkshire will be wishing he did.
There was that chance very early on in the afternoon session, wasn't there, where quick single called and Alex Lees was going to be well short of his ground. So much so I think he'd given up on the fact.
Yeah.
He'd given up on making his ground, but Johnny Bairstow broke the groove of the bail, but didn't have the ball in hand.
No, well, the throw had already missed the stumps. One stump to aim at. But yeah, you've got to take those chances you feel on pitches like this, in situations like this.
I wonder how many times Alex Lees has gone past 150 for Durham.
Do you want me to tell you?
Please, mate.
Give me a minute. Four.
Four so far.
Four so far. Because you asked me how many times you've been past 150.
Cheers, mate. Turns that one away to square leg.
And in first class cricket, he's done it 5 times.
Next run will bring about Durham's first batting bonus point. Two's noises.
Can't be easy for a spinner in this temperature, get those fingers going. It must be cold.
That's a glorious bit of timing from Emilio Gay. It's a good diving stop as well from James Wharton. That will bring Durham their first batting bonus point. 250 up after 61 overs. It's a good run rate, sitting at just above 4 and over. As you said in that afternoon session, Sam, they've barely taken any risks.
Just having a look at James Wharton there, I wondered if he'd done himself a mischief with that bit of fielding, but I think it's probably just impact in running it off now. Yeah, I mean, you cannot fault the way Durham have batted in this game. These two have been superb. Came together 22 for 1, 230 runs later. You can barely think of a chance, really. That missed run out. Has a catch been dropped? No. There was that outside edge from Gay just before lunch that fell short. Off Jordan Thompson. Adam Live at second slip. Picked it up, but it bounced first. Speaking of Jordan Thompson, he is back into the attack from the Finkel end, replacing Jack White. We talked about him being a man capable of magic, of making moments. They need him to desperately now, Yorkshire. These two already put on the record partnership in first-class cricket for Durham versus Yorkshire. Closing in on the 274, I think I said it was. It was a record second wicket partnership in any form of, well, in first-class cricket against any opponent for Durham. Deep square leg. It's coming in front of square, more deep mid-wicket. Long leg. Like a short third and a third. It's almost like a deep gully, actually, is the catcher.
Yeah, they've seen a few of those late cuts. Both of these two.
Backward point. Cover, extra cover. Mid-off, Jordan Thompson just giving some final directions. Emilio Gay has 94. Emilio Gay has 95. Thinks about 2. Isn't going to get 2. He seems very strong there, Emilio Gay. Just backward a square. On the offside. I'm just having a look at where he scored his runs. Yeah, likes it there.
Bringing up the wagon wheel.
Yeah, the wagon wheel. 41 runs behind square on the offside. Plenty of boundaries. A couple more boundaries just in front of square, sort of cover point area. That one booming drive down the ground, a couple of flicks off his legs. Doesn't play many shots down the ground, Emilio Gay. Cut. Fumble. They're going to come through for 1.
Late call.
Yeah, they sort of looked at each other. There was definitely one there. It was the fact that they moved and looked at each other, but no one said anything. Eventually, Emilio Gay said, yeah. You can just feel perhaps a little bit of tension in him. 95, does it to a batter. Looking for your first 100 for your new club. No one will be moving over in that Durham dressing room.
Nope.
Rob Rush won't be moving.
Nope.
Swing and a miss. Rob Rush's ideal is that Emilio Gay picks up a single off the last ball this over. Desperate to be clipped up again, aren't you, Rob Rush? Just teasing. Called Alex Leesy's 100 brilliantly. Too wide to tempt him. Almost, I mean, that's a wide, isn't it? Get your arms out. It's not on the pitch. Certainly finished outside those tram lines, didn't it? Benefit of the doubt in first-class cricket.
Even so.
You've got to be able to hit it.
Yeah, Emilio Gay's not able to hit that.
Oh, there is that single off the last ball of the over. Good running as well. Alex Lees was alert. He called him through. Gay moves on to 96. Durham move on to 255 for 1. That deficit is just 52 now.
Nothing silly. Both of these two approaching landmarks. That is how you go to a maiden century for your new club. Emilio Gay raises the bat towards the dressing room. A lovely clip through mid-wicket. 12 fours. Brian Campbell and Marcus North knew what they were getting when they signed him. Durham fans now know too.
Yeah, brilliant. Clearly very popular as well in that dressing room with the staff, with his teammates. His parents, I think, were up last week. Hopefully they were here today.
3 back-to-back boundaries for Gay. Big shout from Bess, Bairstow and Lythe, but umpire Saggers was convinced that Gay got bat on that, and he very quickly moves to 104. Drops just short. Been that sort of afternoon for Yorkshire.
Yeah, it has. You can feel it amongst them, can't you? It must be so tough as a fielding side, and you know you're throwing everything at it, right? This is not through lack of effort.
Just very good batting. Gay moves to 105. Final ball of the 63rd over. $264 for one, that over, belonging to Emilio Gay, his maiden century in Durham colours.
Yeah, fabulous stuff from him. He's toughed it out. Had to work really hard, apply himself, but actually it's a decent strike rate still. Played some nice shots, gets a tap on the back from Jack White. Nice touch from him.
Teammates at Northants.
Yeah. 249 for 8, Lancashire are. 4 wickets for Tom Scriven. Kent 200 for 6 in reply to 472. So if Gloucestershire can pick up those last couple of wickets cheaply, Kent will be in a very strong position. Speaking of Northants, 150 for 1 in reply to Derbyshire's. I think it was 307, sorry. Screen just disappeared at an inopportune moment.
Harry Finch has gone for 44 for Kent. Apparently Ollie Price has taken a screamer.
Hampshire 126 for 3 in reply to 184. Tom Prest is out. Jordan Thompson's around the wicket to Emilio Gay, who was just reaching for that one. Not far away from the outside edge, that. Into the 64th over, so Yorkshire will, if we stay out there long enough, get the chance to pick up a second new ball later on today. 5-4 now. It just feels a little bit darker than it was when we first went back out after tea. I still think it's alright. Floodlights are on. A few hardy souls still here. They wouldn't miss it. Wrapped up. Hats on. Cup of tea. Lovely.
The one solace that Yorkshire can take from this is that when they come to bat again, Durham has showed it's still a very good pitch.
Yeah, it's flattened out, hasn't it, as well? There was a bit in it yesterday. It was definitely flattened out. Are we taking a reading now, or are we sorting Bales out? I think we are taking a reading. I said it had got a little bit darker, and the players are going to depart So Emilio Gay will be pleased that he got his over to make his 100. The last thing he wanted to do was sit out on the balcony on 96, maybe even go to overnight on 96, because it feels difficult to come back now. I don't know, not impossible, but difficult, Rob Rush.
Yeah, very much difficult. Alex Lees will walk off on 148 for him. Emilio Gay, as you mentioned, just getting his maiden century for Durham in time before players are taken from the field, and umpires having a chat with Johnny Bairstow out there. Nice applause for the incumbent batters. They'll make their way back up to the dressing room. Looks like Emilio Gay's buying a few drinks tonight, Sam.
Yeah, I think there might be a couple of requests heading his way. Not sure Alex Lees will get away without dipping his hand into his pocket as well. I'm sure they'll both do so gladly.
As you mentioned, it does feel an improbable task to come back on unless Johnny Bairstow is willing to agree to bowl spin from both ends, which he hasn't dipped his toe into yet. So we will take a break. Maybe we're back. Maybe we're not. But Durham in a good position. 264 for on the deficit. Just 43. Day 2 here at Banks Homes Riverside.